Shivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Shivoham.
Today,
the time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, that strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, that strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, that strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and welcoming all of the viewers across the world to the most auspicious Uttamottama Seva offered at the feet of Paramashiva from the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya in Adi Kailasa Sarvagna Peetam. In the hours before we are graced with the darshan of Swamiji of Paramashiva himself, this is the most opportune time for us to prepare ourselves, our body and mind and consciousness.
The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. The time is right. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there. time is ripe. The world is ready. You are going to experience literally Paramashiva. Most powerful, intangible but definitive, intense processes. This is the most powerful spiritual nuclear explosion, the strong force of Kailasa landing on planet Earth directly. One thing I can be sure, you will not exist end of the program. I can guarantee that. Only Paramashiva will be there.
E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous. Kailasa is
the first offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramasiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyananda Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyananda Paramasiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturveda Avadharaya. Rigveda Hari Om Agnimi Purohitam Yajnasta Devam Rigvitam Hota Avram Ratnadatavam Hari Om Yajurveda Hari Om Isheto Jetva Vayavasto Payapasta Devo Vaishavita Prapte Tisheshitamaya Karmane Hari Om Samaveda Hari Om Agna Ayahi Pitaye Grahano Havyadataye Nihota Sapti Barihishi Hari Om Atharva Veda Hari Om Shanno Devi Ravishtaya Apo Pavantu Pitaye Sanyo Ravishtavantu Naha Hari Om.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shloka. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Agama Shloka Priyagama Shloka Navadharaya. Agatam Shivavaktrebhyo Gatam Sagirjamukhe Matam Hivasudevasya Tasmadagama Uchyate Sri Bhagavanu Vacha Ati Kautuhala Vishta Vichhaste Dachuna Priye Janme Netrantare Vahnet Yadvavritamanuttamam Tatsarvam Katayishyami Yoga Yuktya Chunapriye Yatsarupam Nijam Siddham Vyapakam Sarvatomukham Sarvabhutantaravastham Sarvapranisajivanam Yoga Gamyam Durasadam Duspapamagritatamabihi Jnanadishadagunayete Tatrastaha Prabhavantihi Tavai Mahagriya Rupa Samstitaika Kriyamata Animadiguna Nastau Karoti Vikaroti Sa Eva Mamecha Jnanakhya Kriyakhya Shakti Ruchyate Surya Chandramasau Vasnet Siddhama Parikalpana Srinedra Kalpana Mahyam Rajattamha Dishyate Dahanapyayane Tena Rakasham Vidadamyaham Shrishtim Sitim Samhitim Cha Vidunurvidadamyaham. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Parasakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौमा अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायका श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवा स्तोत्र प्रिय स्तोत्रमवधारया। प्रभुं प्राणनाथं विभुं विश्वनाथं जगन्नाथनाथं सदानन्दभाजम् भवद्भव्यभूतेश्वरं भूतनाथं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे गलरुन्दमालं तनौ सर्पजालं महाकालकालं गणेशादिपालम् भवद्भव्यभूतेश्वरं भूतनाथं शिवं शङ्करं शम्भुमीशानमीडे। ॐ नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकलतत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतत्त्वविधुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकण्ठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलितविग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकाररौद्रावताराय रक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालभेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय षडाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनन्तकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकाय अनन्तवासुकितक्षककारकोटिशङ्खकुलिकपद्ममहापद्मेति अष्टमहानागकुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रहनक्षत्रमालिने सकलाय कलंकरहिताय सकललोकैककर्तृ सकललोकैकभर्तृ सकललोकैकसंहर्तृ सकललोकैकगुरवे सकललोकैकसाक्षिणे सकलनिगमगुह्याय सकलवेदान्तपारगाय सकललोकैकवरप्रदाय सकललोकैकशङ्कराय शशाङ्कशेखराय शाश्वतनिजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहङ्काराय निरङ्कुशाय निष्कलङ्काय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरन्तराय निरन्तराय निष्कारणाय निष्प्रपञ्चाय निस्सङ्गाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निराघाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोपाय निष्पापाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपमविभवाय नित्यशुद्धबुद्धपरिपूर्ण सच्चिदानन्दाद्वयाय परमशान्तस्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव कल्पान्तभैरव कपालमालाधर खट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश डमरु शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति भिंडिपाल तोमर मुसल मकर पाश परिग भुसुंडी षडग्नि शक्ताधायुधभीषणकर सहस्रमुख धंसा करालवदन विकटाटहास विस्फारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेंद्र कुंडल नागेंद्र हार नागेंद्र वलय नागेंद्र चर्मधर मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां जलज्वल महामृत्युमपमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय सौरभयम् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय सर्पभयं समय समय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उच्चाटय उच्चाटय त्रिशूलेन विदारय विदारय उदारेण भिन्डि भिन्डि खड्गेन चिन्डि चिन्डि खट्वाङ्गेन विपोधय विपोधय मुसलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः संतादय संतादय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच बेताल ब्रह्मराक्षस गणान् संतादय संतादय माम् अभय कुरु कुरु वित्रस्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयान् माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय शत्रुभ्यां माम् आप्यायय आप्यायय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छादय आच्छादय मृत्युञ्जय त्रयंबक सदाशिव परमेश्वर नमस्ते नमस्ते।
परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Vedam Avadharaya Shivaji Chitrambalam Veyudu Toli Pangan Vidamunda Kandan Miganalla Vinay Kadavi Masaru Tingal Gangai Mudimela Nindu Yan Ulame Pugunda Adanal ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டு முதனே மாசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல என் அடியாதவர்க்கு மிகவே சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
शिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva is the offering of the Sankita Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhoma Akilanta Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sankita Priya Sangeetam Avadharaya Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtam Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Hara Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Shankara Girijamana Ramana Jaya Mrityum Jaya Mahadeva Maheshwara Mangala Subharana Hara Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Shankara Girijamana Ramana Jaya Mrityum Jaya Mahadeva Maheshwara Mangala Subharana Nandi Vahana Nagabhusana Nandi Vahana Nagabhusana Nirupama Guna Sadana Nirupama Guna Sadana Natana Manohara Neelakanta Shiva Natana Manohara Neelakanta Neeraja Gana Jayana Mama Neeraja Gana Jayana Hara Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Shankara Girijamana Ramana Jaya Mrityum Jaya Mahadeva Maheshwara Mangala Subharana Nandi Vahana Nagabhusana Nandi Vahana Nagabhusana Nirupama Guna Sadana Natana Manohara Neelakanta Shiva Natana Manohara Neelakanta Shiva Neeraja Gana Jayana Mama Neeraja Gana Jayana Neeraja Gana Jayana Mama Neeraja Gana Jayana Hara Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Shankara Girijamana Ramana.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Shivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Ritta Priya Nittam Avadharaya.
Namaste Astu Bhagavan Vishveshwaraya Mahadevaya Trayambakaya Tripurandakaya Tripagnikalaya Kalagnirudraya Nilakantaya Jagaya Sarveshwaraya Sada Shivaya Shri Mahadevaya Namaha Shri Mahadevaya Namaha Shri Mahadevaya Namaha Shambho Shiva Shambho Swayambho 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 Shiva Shambho Swayambho Shankara Karunakara Mama Baba Sagara Shankara Karunakara Mama Baba Sagara Mama Baba
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyananda Shri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Shri Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avaskarana. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyananda Shri Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyananda Shri Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avaskarana Priya Paramashiva Shakti Avaskarana Avadharaya. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. I welcome all of you with my love and respect to today's Shakti Avishkarana. I am Manita Brahmayogananda and I am going to be the host for today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. The offering of the space of oneness with Paramashiva and Parashakti, the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Here I have with me Ma Vanshika. Ma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Nithyananda, my name is Ma Vanshika and I'm 14 years old. and I've been studying in Nithyananda Gurukul for 2 years, and I've been manifesting a lot of powers of Paramashiva just by one initiation of Swamiji and just by connecting to him in oneness.
So let us begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Does life on this planet Earth have any purpose? We have come a long way through many ages and species. The Hindu scriptures reveal that there are 8.4 million species or wombs of life, from aquatics, insects, birds, animals to man. From amoeba to fish happens the physical growth. From fish to monkey, the physical and psychological breakthrough. From monkey to man, develop the conscious, not just physical and psychological breakthrough, but the conscious breakthrough. 1,000,000 years to evolve from amoeba to fish. 1,000,000 years from fish to monkey, and 1 more 1,000,000 years from monkey to man, and 10 million years later. Now, our consciousness has not yet evolved from man to superhuman. And this is why an incarnation has happened to give us that super conscious breakthrough. Today, an incarnation of Paramashiva has taken birth in the form of the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. With his all-embracing compassion, love, and adamant responsibility for the world, is exclusively available for humanity's biggest breakthrough and ultimate experience of peace and well-being. Through continuous satsangs, experiential programs, sacred initiations, and by gifting humanity by reviving the ancient science of power manifestation. Just by the avatar's touch, look, or words, one is initiated into the third eye awakening, which is the gateway to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva himself. The knowledge and science of manifesting the Vedagama truths are transmitted through Diksha, or initiation by the avatar. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar. With his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, he has initiated us into 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, out of which today we will be witnessing the power of consciousness over matter. Consciousness over matter. Have you ever looked at the characters in movies moving objects effortlessly like trucks and boxes with just a look or flick of the wrist? Have you ever fantasized of to have a power like that, or dreamt of it, or gone to the level of seeking for it? If yes, you have come to the right place. Today we will be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, where the Balasan will be rolling the coconut off my hand using her third eye. All it requires is a simple feeling connection with Paramashiva, and the power beautifully manifests. Soon you will be witnessing how simply the power manifests. It doesn't take long hours or years of tapas. Just a simple initiation from the avatar, either by touch, word, or look, is all that is required for all these extraordinary powers to manifest. Manifesting this power breaks the impossibility in you. The impossibility will turn into possibility. When you roll the object off my hand, just like that, all the obstacles you thought you couldn't cross will seem like nothing. Just like that, all the impossibilities in your life will become a beautiful possibility. Just manifesting this power will complete all the incompletions. Understand? As the coconut rolls off your hand, deep-rooted patterns become complete. Before we begin the power manifestation, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference given directly by Paramashiva himself in the Agamas. The Shastra Pramana for the power of consciousness over matter is Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani Nadi Samhara Bhuta Jaya Bhuta Kaivalya Bhuta Pritaktavani. Now Ma Vanchika is going to begin with the power manifestation by connecting with Paramashiva and by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is a password which takes us to a higher frequency and continuously reminds us that we are Paramashiva. Let us all also sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and chant the Mahavakya 3 times. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. My God. So you have seen, just in the time which we took to chant the Mahavakya 3 times, it is like 10 seconds. The coconut just rolled off my hand. It didn't even take 1 minute. It just rolled off in a few seconds. So this is, you can see, this is the live demo of how Paramashiva manifests these extraordinary powers through us in just a fraction of a few seconds. So before we conclude, I would like to ask Ma Vanchika, how was your experience while manifesting this power?
So Vanchika, actually, when I felt that I knew that only Paramashiva was manifesting through me. So I don't have any doubt. So when I don't have any doubt and only have so much clarity that Paramashiva was manifesting through me, that's why there's so much trust and surrender is there. That's why it didn't even take a minute to roll. It just rolled in a few seconds. It is just trust and surrender. My trust towards Swamiji, towards Paramashiva, just made it manifest in just few seconds.
Yes. So with this, we offer this at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashiva. Thank you for joining us. We invite you to join us for tomorrow's segment to witness various other powers. Nithyanandam.
Kailasa, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, and spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, Kailasa, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive. That science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model community. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed a dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished, and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailashans. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed him a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
On this auspicious Deepavali day, we have very beautiful announcement. The Hindu oaths are sacred. The Hindu oaths matter. Hindus vote for Hinduism. Activity is getting consolidated and presented to all of you. I want all of you to know this voting system is in Hinduism from time immemorial. Even in the Vedas and Puranas, there are references where a concept is debated and voted. Not only in our Vedas and Agamas, even in the Puranas, there are enough historical reference. From time immemorial, this tradition was there, doing Vakyarthasadas, Jivarthasadas, Anubhava Mantaba discussions, and then voting for certain concepts, principles, ideas, decisions to come to conclusions. So that same tradition handed over to me from my Guru Parampara, and I have revived for last 26 years of my life. I have revived this whole system, and here I am presenting the whole system. The Hindu parliament system and Hindu voting system. The work we have done in the last 26 years in multiple satsangs, public programs, I used to explain a concept and ask for people to raise their hands to vote for this side or that side. If you many times, if you attended my live satsangs programs in those days, you will know very clearly. I used to explain a concept, then I'll ask whoever understands, cognizes, please raise your hand. And I'll always explain the other side and say, whoever understands this principle, raise your hand. So it is the principle adopted from the ancient time. I was reviving the original parliament system as per the cosmic constitution of Hinduism was revealed in the treatise of the Nataraja Sabha within the Nataraja temple in Chidambaram. This temple remains as the only surviving ancient Hindu parliament hall till date, consisting of these 5 halls: Chit Sabha, Raja Sabha, Deva Sabha, Kanaka Sabha, Nritta Sabha. That together constitutes the ancient Hindu parliament. And today I am presenting all the 26 years of work we have done in multi-level, multi-layer on Hindu voting. So the whole thing is already uploaded in the Nithyanandapedia. The links are uploaded. Please go and see the multiple occasions the voting was done and the results documented. Fortunately, we have video recorded and photographed from 2000. So we have enough evidence to prove the whole system and its validity.
by beginning in the company of Satsanga makes even the impossible as possible in this world. E-Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient, best way of life and best kept sacred secrets all these years handed over only from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. Secrets kept inside the Siddha Paramparas, Siddha tradition. Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Whole world should become e-Kailasians. Even a malignant man, by beginning in the company of Satsanga, makes even the impossible as possible in this world. E-Kailasa is the message from Paramashiva to have superconscious breakthrough. Enlightenment, power manifestation, Paramashiva, everything served to you without you even moving out of your couch. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. We can multiply the quality and quantity of your life. The most ancient,
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलम् अचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda. Before we begin, humble obeisance to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru welcoming once again all of the viewers who are gathered today after the Bishop Seva, who are now preparing for the Nithyananda Satsang and the auspicious occasion looking forward to this. At this time, every single day, we are also for conducting the Vivad and the Hindu Supreme faith as a platform in order to deeply imbibe the spirit is given to us as Muslims today. At this time, we will be conducting and enjoying the Vivad Prasadas across panelists whom we have gathered today. And we will be discussing a very, very crucial topic. But for that, for those of you who need to know and who are tuning in for I welcome each and every one of you. And as a brief introduction to the for those of you who may not know, Kailasa is the enlightened civilization and whom we are so blessed to be able to refer as Swamiji, or the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the reviver of Kailasa, this enlightened civilization, the reviver of the Hindu nation, the world's only and greatest Hindu nation. The sovereign order of monks and the sovereign order of Kailasa is together headed by His Divine Holiness and worked for by the monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora, who are all working together for the global Hindu and humanitarian movements, as well as the super conscious breakthrough. Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, which is revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is the world's largest Hindu university with more than 150 campuses across the world, and is working towards collecting, preserving, time capsuling, digitizing the 20 million Hindu source books. And not only that, the various Hindu arts and sciences, including Ayurveda, the art of the dances, the music, and the different sciences and the different scriptures all together, we are working towards the super conscious breakthrough for humanity. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pita, and he is the current incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam. And despite having faced so many attacks across in different forms, in different ways, in the media against his character and against himself, His Divine Holiness continues to contribute day in and day out, working towards this super conscious breakthrough. I invite and encourage each and every one of the viewers to share this link on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all of the social media platforms, and let's spread the word that Paramashiva himself has come down to planet Earth. Understand, in Hinduism, we are a lifestyle which is fundamentally established in the concept, in the spiritual cognition and understanding that Paramashiva, the super consciousness, embodies itself into the human form time and again when humanity and millions of us are needing and yearning for his advent and his presence on planet Earth and his guidance into the next breakthrough. Just as we have prayed for the last 1,000 years, as we have experienced so many different types of destruction, suffering, we have prayed for an answer as the most compassionate answer for our prayers. Paramashiva himself has taken the human form and come down onto planet Earth as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the avatar from and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So, inviting all of the viewers, let's take this moment to share this satsang Let's share this link in all of the social media platforms and let us spread the message. Now that Paramashiva is here on planet Earth, there is absolutely no suffering needed in the world. And he is there. He is to continuously guide us in every step of the way. As we have seen for the last 1 year, how even despite so many different attacks against Swamiji, how continuously this year throughout the pralaya, he has been guiding humanity and making more and more breakthroughs happen and continuously contributing in a different and extremely influential way, whether it is the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna, the Paramashivoham program, the Pachepatani Vratam. The last 1 year, as we are heading in straight for 2021, if I were to give a recap of the last 1 year, Swamiji has contributed the most, is leading the most compared to any nation leader on the planet Earth, just because of his pure contribution to humanity. So many millions have transformed and actually had super conscious breakthrough, are actually manifesting powers, superhuman capabilities every single day. And I invite each and every one of you to understand the work of His Divine Holiness. You can go to nithyanandapedia.org and deeply imbibe, understand the work that His Divine Holiness has put into reviving the nation of Kailasa day in and day out since the time of his advent onto planet Earth. And you yourself can become a part of this grand Hindu nation. You can get your e-passport at the link provided below, and you can become a part of this digital nation in creation. It is being revived right now. Once you have your e-passport, you will have so many different types of opportunities, so many e-services of Kailasa being made available to you. The starting being having a notification and having direct access to the public address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Satsang, as well as the rituals which he is personally giving his presence and blessing, and the rituals and ongoing rituals that will be happening during the Jayanti Brahmotsavam that is upcoming and we are celebrating at the moment. So it's a very exciting opportunity for each and every one of you. So if you have not already and you are viewing this for the first time and you would like to take the opportunity now, I encourage you, let us become a part of Kailasa and build this nation together. You can also find out more about how you can be involved, how you can start doing whatever you want and contributing in some way, learning in some way, and start having that super conscious breakthrough for yourself. And this is for any person in any background, any gender, any class, any caste, anyone who is yearning for that super conscious breakthrough. Despite so many different attacks against Swamiji, he has continuously made himself available to every single human being on planet Earth. So if you're out there watching this right now and you have not yet gotten your e-passport and you want the opportunity for a super conscious breakthrough, have this opportunity, take this opportunity today, right now. Go ahead and go to the link which is provided for your e-passport. Today, during the Jivartha Sadas, as we are gathering some of the panelists and we are also having a conversation with you, we are discussing an extremely crucial topic which Swamiji himself has been continuously speaking on and making the world understand the need. We are speaking on why Kailasa. We are discussing and understanding it deeply. As we do this Jivartha Sadas, I encourage all of the viewers to comment down below and express your suggestions, views, questions, your thoughts about any of what we are asking, about what we are discussing, and join the discussion. You are very much a part of this Jivartha Sadas, and you can be. And as we go on, we'll be reading the comments, we'll be discussing and commenting, answering your questions. If you have any about anything that you might be bringing up, any suggestions or any comments, any kind of views or experiences that you would like to share a part of this Jivartha Sadas, you're very much welcome and invited to do so. And you can understand for yourself and become a part of this Jivartha Sadas just from wherever you are, just by commenting. And also you can use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred and join the discussion. We'll be looking at the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred on Twitter, or we'll be seeing the comments down below in order to guide and in order to take your comments and join a part of the discussion in today's Jivartha Sadas. It's an extremely crucial topic which we are discussing today, the need for Kailasa. As we understand this, as we do the Jivartha Sadas, we're actually imbibing deeply the need for the Hindu nation, and why we need the Hindu nation, and ultimately why we decided to be Hindu, why we are, even if we have decided to become and have an e-passport, why we have done that. We're deeply understanding the reasons why we have chosen that, and allowing that to become more and more ingrained into us, and such that we are able to easily make decisions from that space and not any other unconscious space which we may be hiding or may be in our blind spots. Through this Jivartha Sadas, we can remove all those blind spots. We can come to a deeper understanding about what we are standing for, and become more and more deeply established in the Hindu values, the Hindu ideals, and who we are as Hindus. So we have a few slides that we'd like to present to each and every one of the viewers about why Kailasa. First of all, we should understand Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been existing on the planet ever since several thousands of years. Hindus have peacefully coexisted with all humans, animals, and nature since several millennia. And Hinduism has offered life solutions, health solutions in so many different ways. The solutions may be in fulfilling relationships, conflict-free living, completion-based lifestyle, science of enlightenment, and to humanity. The 5 pillars of Hinduism are, as Swamiji has said, temples, gurukuls, libraries, goshalas, and annalayas. And that is temples being the place where we worship the deity, the cosmic form in the form of the deity, which is a fundamental aspect of Hinduism. Gurukul, where the Hindu education is being imparted to the next generation and enlightened beings are being brought up. Libraries, where the Shastras, the scriptures, are preserved and worshipped in order for preserving our sacred Hindu tradition and knowledge. Goshala, where the animals, the Gomata, the cow, as well as other animals are protected, fed, and allowed to coexist within the same ecosystem. And Annalaya, where the food is freely given, the nutritious food is freely given, and the science of food, having food as medicine, is taught and proliferated throughout society as a basis for the society and a basis for health and well-being. The Guru is the sacred embodiment of the ultimate who revives these 5 pillars. And a Hindu temple supports not just the religious rituals and ceremonies, it provides the infrastructure for the free education, the free food, the food security, the grain banks, the free healthcare, water security, and other services. And I can give examples of so many temples, including the Padmanabha Swami temple, the Annamalayar temple, who until today are providing these infrastructures for the community around them. Unfortunately, after so much of genocide, of outright robbing of Hindu temples, many are not able to provide these basic infrastructures which they have been doing for the last thousands of years. The modern education is a remote learning system, limiting human potential. However, Hinduism handles human life extremely richly. It is only in Hindu Gurukul-based free education that every student is guided one-on-one personally by the Guru to flower through his or her unique potential into the ultimate, into their own expression of Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. And as we have known, many people have presented beforehand, that Hinduism has contributed so much to what we know as modern day science and modern day living. The very basis of our understanding of life, the world, the universe is actually rooted in Hinduism. And this is credit which has not been at all given or recognized in many, many ways, in many fields. If we see the fields of medicine, technology, spirituality, yoga, mathematics, physics, astronomy, architecture, art, linguistics, literature, in each and every one of these fields, Hinduism has contributed immensely. Hinduism's contribution up until the year 1000, if we see the largest GDP for the world in the year 1000 was the Hindu economy, contributing the largest amount for the global GDP. If we include civilizations that emulated Hindu economic policy, the number jumps to 50% of the entire GDP. The material abundance was the lifestyle of all Hindus, and fundamental needs such as food and education, healthcare were offered to all citizens as a basic right. However, we have seen that because of the richness of Hinduism, it became a target for other civilizations and to anti-Hindu civilizations to root, rampage, massacre at least 500 million Hindus so far. So I'd like to, up until now, I'd like to invite all of the panelists to, until now, let us discuss the first part, the contribution part. We have had over the last several thousands of years, we should understand the need for Kailasa is rooted in the contribution that Hinduism has made to the world and continues to make to the world, and we are now protecting that. So inviting all of the panelists, we can now understand and let us come to a deeper understanding about how these contributions need to be revived, the contributions of Hinduism, and how today, though we are the largest contributing religion, lifestyle, or identity, background, ethnicity that is in planet Earth, how still Hindus are being persecuted. Hindu nation is needed, even though we are today living as the largest contributing nation. So today we have panelists Ma Nithya Atmananda Swami and Ma Nithya Jayeshananda and Ma Nithya Vijayeshananda. And as a panel, let's come to a deeper understanding and learning from the so far what slides we have gone over about the contribution of Hinduism. So inviting our panelists today to start the discussion, and then we can go further into the Hindu Holocaust and how the contribution, what has been destroyed, and why that brings up the need for Kailasa.
Thank you so much, Ma Sadashivapriya, for this beautiful introduction and the context setting that you did so long. These slides, there's one point that I would like to make. When you were talking about the GDP, how we contributed to almost 40% of the world's GDP, I would like to make a statement that during the time, the Hinduism gave out the best and most advanced civilization. I mean, we can see that from the number of scriptures. Actually speaking, we were more advanced back then than what we are now, right? There have been many instances where when they came and invaded India, which was a Hindu nation back then, right? When they came and invaded, they were not able to find even one beggar on the street. Macaulay says that he was so shocked by the fact that not even one beggar existed on the street, which shows that not only did we contribute, but even we were able to lift up our entire country together. We advanced to a level together. It was not something each person did for themselves, but we did it as a collective group. And when this entire civilization started going downhill, when the invasions came, when a lot of things happened, you can see where we are now. The poverty line that is there in India now, the number of people that are under that line has become so high. There itself, we know that we are doing something wrong. We were doing something very right back then. As the reason as to why we were so advanced. I have heard stories of how in Kerala, the people in Kerala were one of the richest people that existed in India. Yet they never had doors to protect their home. They had one curtain. Shows that there was no greed. People didn't need to steal. There was no need for thievery. Rather, they all had enough wealth. Wealth was distributed evenly among all beings in the entire country, making it one of the most best countries, the best civilization. And that is the reason as why we were attacked. But the attack continues to go on today. I request all of us who's watching back then, if any of what we are saying even is making a small click, please go ahead and make your tweets. Come join this discussion, because it's only up to us in the end of the day to get that back, to get that civilization back. It is only up to us to make that stand.
I would also like to add another point of how Ma Vijayasha here just made a statement saying that how Macaulay had written a letter saying that there is not even one beggar to be found in India. And the status how we all lived before at that point and now, you can imagine the amount of persecution that we had to go through to break that rich system. They had to do such strategic, they had to come up with such strategic systems and ways to murder that kind of an enlightened ecosystem, right? So you can just imagine how much Hindus and Hinduism should have collectively gone through for so many years to break that, where we are in a point where each and every Hindus are scattered, they are lost souls. They have no idea the religion they're coming from. Instead, they want to just change. They're okay with anything now. We have come to that point. We have successfully let that kind of a persecution happen to us, and we are okay with it, right? I have been in the outer world for 18 years. Coming from an Orthodox Brahmin family, I was not taught that knowledge that Brahmins held at that like long ago in those ancient times. And that is solely because all those invaders had brutally taken that knowledge from my ancestors through burning of libraries, through burning of universities, through killing ancestors, to destroying temples. All our histories were slowly erased right in front of our noses. And that is the reason that we do not hold the full knowledge of Hinduism itself as a whole. And understand, out of the 100 million scriptures, 80 million were burnt in these libraries, Nalanda, Jaffna, so many, I can keep naming them. 80 million scriptures were burnt. Only 20 million we have. Out of the 20 million, it's not even in order. It's all random and we don't know where to start because Hinduism itself is such a rich lifestyle. It doesn't just end in 3 pages. It keeps going on. And Swamiji is beautifully reviving it all back. He's reviving that 80 million scriptures that we have, that has been brutally taken away from us through burning of libraries and universities. He's sitting and working day and night 24/7 for past 26 years just so we Hindus can have that authentic experience of what Hinduism is, what Kailasa is. And this is the reason why we were actually lost. At one point, we had no idea about our own religion because due to this kind of a persecution, we did not have that liberty or the freedom or the luxury to know where we came from and what our roots were. And that
It's 8 o'clock.
That is what easily diverted us from our religion. And that is the reason how dilution got in. And that is why you see there is no Hindus who stand up so strong for Hinduism, right? And Swamiji has beautifully revived it back, and all we need is a little patience right now. He is working day and night just to revive that 80 million scriptures that has been lost from Hinduism. He's sitting and reviving it back so he can give us that authentic experience. And through the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, he's planning on giving us the best experience any Hindu can have in this modern era.
Actually, I would like to add to what Jayesha told. See, basically, when Swamiji, when she is telling 80 million source scriptures were completely got destroyed, one thing I would want to bring it to everybody's notice. Actually, Swamiji's commitment is to bring those 80 million scriptures from the cosmic archives. So that will happen only through power manifestors, right? So even for us to radiate, receive Paramashiva and do the power manifestation, we need a certain kind of ambience where we realize that we are Paramashiva. Then Paramashiva will be able to flow through us. If we are constantly getting beaten up and if we are constantly put down that what we are following is not a right practice, then we will not be able to have a confidence on our own selves. So what Swamiji is doing is he had created a Hindu nation itself. Kailasa is the only existing Hindu nation at this point of time where thousands, millions of us will be practicing Hindus, will be sitting there and do the power manifestation. To each and every one, Swamiji is going to download those source scriptures. So it is a high time where we have to protect the Hindu ambience through this Hindu ecosystems, through the Hindu country. So all these 80,000, the source scriptures, whatever we lost, will be revived back by the power manifestors, where we have a place where we are ready for that power manifestation.
Nithyanandam, thank you for involving me in this panel. It's such a beautiful platform to share our views, our experiences, and our thoughts about the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Veda Agamic lifestyle, how it is enriching and how it has been totally lost and it's stolen from us. As Ma rightly said, the whole Hinduism, the lifestyle has been murdered. Actually, it is about how we feel about us, inside us, what we call as inner image, mamakara, that has been brutally attacked. Our past, the glory of our past, how we lived and how our ancestors lived such a rich lifestyle, and they were never grabbing or stealing kind of civilization. They always radiated, they always enriched, they shared with the whole world the best that they have had, the lifestyle and the riches, whatever grains they grew, whatever spices they grew, everything was shared with the whole humanity. It was never possessing. It was not a possessing civilization, possessing lifestyle or grabbing lifestyle. It was always enriching, sharing, caring. That was a lifestyle. First thing that was done on the Hindus is attacking that beautiful inner image, the backbone of our education system, where we learned who we are, what for we are here, the right context for our birth and our life on planet Earth was set. And our goals, our life goals were taught to us as a kid. So the strong inner image, the confidence they had, that was beaten by taking away the Gurukul education system. Very cunningly, strategically, it was removed away from our memory itself. So naturally, once the confidence, the inner image is lost, and we were made to, actually it was enforced that we forgot our glory of our ancestors, the lifestyle, the rich lifestyle that we all, our elders, lived on this planet Earth, living like gods, such conflict-free and beautiful, carrying the beautiful non-violent inner space, which was the response, one of the reasons why there was no begging, why there was no fear, the robbery or the stealing way of lifestyle. There were no doors, as Ma Jayesha and Vijayesha beautifully shared. And in our Vijayanagara Samrajya, it is said that the costly gems, pearls, diamonds, and all the emerald were sold on the pavement. That kind of a lifestyle, it is not a story, it's a real lifestyle documented in the history that was told as some story which has not happened. So if we talk about the past, it is told, what is the use? You are now living like a poor country. It is not poor. We were again and again in the past hundreds of years, we are robbed and we are attacked. So much of attack on Hinduism is going on for hundreds of years. No way, and not allowing them to stand up authentically, live the lifestyle. The Gurukul, Goshala, Analaya, and the temple-based lifestyle was continuously attacked for hundreds of years. That is the reason why we feel we have forgotten the past. The real glory, the real richness of our own self is taken away. And that's the reason why we don't even feel proud about our Vedic lifestyle. We don't even feel inspired to live because it was beaten for hundreds of years. Now, that is the reason why we need nation, Kailasa, where this beautiful lifestyle can be lived effortlessly and we can celebrate the same rich lifestyle and we can share it with the whole world. That's the context set for having the nation which Swamiji is doing. This is what I wanted to share with all of us today.
Like what what Dr. Shanti had said very beautifully about how glorious our civilization was, and how Ma Saraswati shared about how Hinduism was such a contributing religion. There's one point that I would actually like to make, especially right now, the entire regarding the whole contribution of Hinduism. Understand that modern science is coming to discover a lot of things in the recent world. Our religion, our scriptures, already actually so advanced to the point where they have already discussed eye transplant happening. For instance, in the Rig Veda, there is a small story that is being explained in the first chapter actually about how there is this one woman warrior named Vischala, and how she loses her leg during war. And the Ashwini physicians actually come and replace that leg with an iron rod. And the Sushrita Samhita, it talks about eye transplant, plastic surgery happening way before any of us even cognized. That is how advanced we were. And this information has been taken from only the 20 million scriptures that actually exist in today's day. The 100 million that were there, out of which 80 million were burned from these. It's like a regular happening that's been happening. Even recently, a university in Sri Lanka was burned, which had many Hindu scriptures. Understand?
9 million in Hindu scriptures to be precise. Let us understand that we were so advanced back then, and our scriptures say so. Being able to get all these scriptures back, and like how Mahatma Swami said, saying that Swamiji is continuously, tirelessly working, they are initiating thousands and thousands, millions actually, into this power of power manifestation. Why? So all of us can get that back, to recover that lost knowledge through the power of downloading. And we are in dire need for a place where we can actually practice this authentically without any government interference, without being judged or discriminated for following what we truly stand for. Actually, I would like to rephrase what you said. We're not in dire need, but we just need an opportunity and the freedom to live what we were supposed to live and we're supposed to be living that we are currently being suppressed from. We just need a place and freedom to live what we are standing up for. And as Hindus, we have not been treated in an unbiased manner. We have been given the most biased treatment in each and every field. Being like Swamiji says that Hindus are actually factually majority in majority, but actually they are minority. If you see, Hindus are the only ones in India. The temples, the worship places are being controlled by the government. If you see, currently 90,700 temples are under the control of state governments of India, and they have no idea or head and tail about how the temple works or how the temple runs. While other religions like Muslims, Sikhs, Jains, they have their own worship places, and the people who run their worship places are themselves. While for Hindus, it's completely different. A person who has no idea or the knowledge of temple runs the whole temple. So that kind of a freedom, we don't even have the basic freedom, a logical freedom, to be honest. You are not going to be giving your baby to a person who has no idea to take care of the baby. You'll be giving it to a person who has all the knowledge to take care of the baby, right? It's the same logic for temples. Anybody, be it a Muslim, be it a Jain, even their worship places, it's only logical if they run it, not not any of the state governments. So that kind of a basic freedom we have not been given. So all we need is a place and the freedom that we deserve to run what we believe in and to run what has been lost a long time ago.
And with Parameshwar's grace, we already have a place where we can practice this. But right now, it is only up to all of you to make sure that all of you also understand the need of it. Why it is today that we need it? Because our generation is the generation that is the deciding factor. Because what is going to happen to the next generation is getting decided by us today. What you stand up for, they will believe. What you let go, they will lose. Understand that is where our previous generation has gone wrong. Our previous generation did not prioritize Hinduism, and that is why we are left where we are. And that is the exact reason as to why Parameshwar has decided to incarnate now, not before, not after, now, when all of you are there on this planet, living and breathing, to make that decision, because he knows that it is time we revive Hinduism. It is time we revive it authentically, where gurukuls have the right to be ran, where temples are taken over by Hindus, where people live that life.
If you are understanding what we are saying right now, if you're at all feeling the sentiment that we need a Hindu nation, I strongly implore each and every one of the viewers to go and vote now. We have a beautiful platform where Swamiji has made in order to voice 2 billion Hindus all over the world, can voice the need for a Hindu nation and the need right now for all of us to come together and voice our concerns, our issues. The need of the hour is the nation of Kailasa, is the nation that we have. So the most crucial topic that we've been speaking on is ultimately why Kailasa. And there's so many different layers of this that we can go into continuously, not just about the contributions which has happened, but if you take even the ongoing genocide which has been happening across Hindus. Hindus are actually the most converted religion across the world, and in every previously Hindu country, it is the fastest dying religion in most countries. If we see, we're seeing Pakistan, Malaysia, in Singapore, Indonesia, and many of these countries where Hinduism was once the largest nation, the largest religion, it is the fastest dying religion. And we're seeing that across the board in so many different ways. The need of the hour is a nation for Hinduism where the where the seed bank can be held of the science, of the true science of each and every one of the contributions of Hinduism in various fields and in so many ways in completing for that technical difficulties. Once again, inviting all of the viewers to go ahead and cast your vote now. We can now understand, now I feel if all of the panelists agree, what happened during the Hindu Holocaust and why, in order to protect Hinduism further and protect Hinduism from being entirely lost, we need to have a nation, we need to revive the enlightened civilization and revive the Hindu nation. So as we were discussing, Hinduism, whether it comes in the depth of knowledge, whether it is in so many different ways, the depth of knowledge in the contributions in various fields, or the per capita GDP and the contribution to the global GDP, Hinduism had the most contribution. Now let us understand how the Hindu Holocaust was systematically planned and executed over the population of Hindus and literally has murdered or enslaved an entire civilization of Hindus. So we'd like to play a short video.
So, as we saw in this short video, this is how we were literally persecuted. Hindus were persecuted. So, this huge volume of our own Hindus who are the practicing Hindus, who are the backbone of the Hinduism, was completely got destroyed by the other religions. So I would like to go into the presentation a little more deeper and give the information and how systematically, with a very planned way, our Hindus were brutally beaten up and persecuted, so that today we cannot live the Hindu life. So I would like to go a little more deeper into the presentation. After the whole persecution at the Hindu Holocaust is the only Holocaust in the history of humanity, matched in the scale of its colossal destruction and extermination only by the equally massive magnitude of the sinister conspiracy to distort and deny it. It is a classic cold-blooded application of the principle that concealing or denying evil is like allowing a wound to keep bleeding without banding and deny it. The Hindu genocide is the only genocide across centuries where survivors, families, monks, nuns, children, women have been subjected to the ongoing outrage of a massive, well-plotted, aggressive campaign of Holocaust, Holocaust denial, brazenly sustained and openly funded by the anti-Hindus and atheist forces who over the years have sophisticated their blatant brutal attacks to the current state of multi-step, multi-level sophisticated science of persecution. So this persecution is not yet ended. So once again, if we just look into the mid of this 2020 itself, where the whole world is completely under the complete lockdown. Just look in one of the incident which I would want to bring up is the whole world where our own sadhus were killed on the road under the daylight, where the police themselves has been handed the sadhus to the public to brutally get beaten up till death on the road under the daylight. Let us get into the Mughal invasion. How the Mughals have invaded the Hinduism, the public to brutally get beaten up till death on the road under the daylight. Let us get into the Mughal invasion. How the Mughals have invaded the Hinduism, the public to brutally get beaten up till death on the road under the daylight. Let us get into the Mughal invasion. How the Mughals have invaded the Hinduism, the public to brutally get beaten up till death on the road under the daylight. Let us get into the Mughal invasion. How the Mughals have invaded the Hinduism, the public to brutally get beaten up Sorry for the technical glitch. So let us get deeper into the Mughal invasions which our Hindus have been through. Nadir Shah made a mountain of the skulls of the Hindus he killed in Delhi alone. Barbar raised towers of Hindu skulls at Kanawa when he defeated Rana Sangh in 1527, and later he repeated the same horror after capturing the fort of Chanderi. Akbar ordered a general massacre of 30,000 Rajputs after he captured Chittor in 1568. The Bahmani sultans had an annual agenda of killing a minimum of 100,000 Hindus every year. The history of medieval India is full of such intenses. So this is actually, this one incident is for the South Indian region, which is Andhra, Telangana, and Karnataka region, where the Muslims were targeted, the Rajputs and the main kingdom kings, and who were literally dragged to Delhi and killed in this huge amounts. They have actually target to kill how many people they wanted to kill in an year, which is so insane. So in this Islamic invasion, the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged with thongs of Ra- Ra- Rawats, carried a moving parion with them, and converted the prisoners into obsequious trucks. So understand, 200 million Hindus slaughtered by the Muslim invasion, and 100,000 temples were destroyed, and 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed completely during this Islamic invasion. So, the rape of a continent, Hindus are like the mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must, with the greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit into a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for the purpose. God created the Hindus to be slaves of the Muhammads. The Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inverted enemies of the Prophet. So, in this way, our Hindus were literally abused, literally tortured in this invasion time. So, this is not just where in our olden days we have gone through. No, the same invasion is continuing on Hindus, where Hindus cannot practice their own values, Hindus cannot practice their own lifestyle, which was given by Paramashiva himself. So let us get deeper into the Britishers' invasion which had done on Hindus.
after the Mughal invasion, Hinduism actually lost a lot. There were a lot of people who were killed, millions of people who were killed. There were millions tortured, millions forced to convert, and killed if they didn't convert. And yet, this happened for such a long time. Then, when the Britishers came ahead, it was another blow on Hinduism. They used the cunning strategy of turning one person against the other. This is when the harmonious living that we had in India completely got disrupted. The false ideas of caste system that exists in today's world came in. What your children learning in their schools and in their textbooks is actually what has been altered by the British invaders actually. What they want you to know, the false narrative that they have put on Hinduism. Keep in mind that this is what your children today, right now, in their history textbooks are learning. They don't realize the beauty of Hinduism. They only know the diluted, falsified version of Hinduism that has been added, that has been got in by the Britishers. We'd like to present a little bit more on this topic, giving you a wider understanding on what is happening in today's world and what happened back then and how it is affecting each and every one of us without even us realizing it. Understand, it is not wrong to not know about it, but it is wrong to know about it and not do anything about it. It is only up to us to make that change. So we are only presenting you all with facts, with information that we know, that we are completely sure that has happened. And with that, we are actually extending our hand to all of you, like how Bhagwan has beautifully extended his to the entire world. This is just our effort in enriching each one of you to understand what has happened to Hinduism, the religion that you call yourself to be. If you call yourself to be a Hindu, you need to understand the depth of this religion and what has happened to it. So we would like to be moving on with a few more slides. The British invasion is what we are going to be talking about now. Mahatma Swami had covered the Mughal invasion that had happened, the first blow that Hinduism had to take. And this is what has solidified everything that the Britishers have actually got into our country, our nation, and in the end, our religion.
More like this invasion exacerbated the destruction of Hinduism. British occupation. The British came to one of the richest countries of the world. Years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty, and that was the role played by the British invaders. This is by Shashi Tharoor, MP, Indian Parliament. $45 trillion were looted from India over 200 years. 45 million Hindus were dead due to famine and poverty imposed by British policies and reprisal killings for 1857 mutiny. Understand, this so-called famines and poverty happened to the Hindus because the so-called lifestyle that the Hindus were living, that the Britishers had taught at that time, that's the whole point. They had invaded to break that system, to see us break down and really get the riches and the knowledge that we possess at one point. That was their actual goal. And to get to that point, they had successfully imparted famine, poverty by infusing and incorporating their way of living. And when Hindus stood stubborn, saying that they will not follow any lifestyle except theirs. They were taken into these alternatives of a concentration camp, given them punishment to align them to what they want, the Britishers wanted them to follow as lifestyle. And this is the reason so many deaths happen and so many suicides and poverty and famine happened, because when collectively Hindus stood saying that they will not follow, the Britishers would not give them money or food for them to eat. And that is how the whole thing initiated and the destruction of Hinduism had commenced. 680 native kingdoms usurped by the British Raj. So, as Swamiji keeps saying, that 56 nations were following the lifestyle of Hinduism was brutally destroyed by these invasions. And one of the noble invasions and a contributing factor for how Hinduism is today is due to the British invasion. Colonial subjugation. The British Empire used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous peoples of India, so they would become slaves in their own homeland. And that is the difference between a Hindu and a Britisher. When Rajaraja Cholan had gone to different countries or nations and he had won the war, he had the largest army. He had 1 million people behind his back. He had so many people. But then if he wanted, he could have just taken over the lands. But no, he actually educated the indigenous people of different nations to live that right life of how a person has to live, to impart that knowledge of living a fulfilling and a satisfactory life. That is what Rajaraja Cholan did. Whereas the Britishers, on the other hand, had delegitimized and demoralized the indigenous peoples of India, so they could brainwash them and make them as slaves. Number one, discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries and forced importation of British goods, banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. All the four pillars have been strategically interwoven into these points. If you see, they have actually hit our lifestyle by making us starve, and we would eventually submit to them. Second, they had destroyed the Gurukul education system. Third, all the scriptures that our ancestors had been saving for future and for furthering with the knowledge and everything had been mistranslated and produced. And third, we did not have our liberty to own or produce firearms. Modern Hindu persecution. Despite its claim to the world's largest democracy, the rule of law in India is fundamentally broken. Corruption within the judiciary, police, and press have created a society where vulnerable minorities are demonized, gang raped, and disappeared without legal recourse or publicity. Understand, I would like to talk about this novel massacre that had happened in the year 1946, a year before India had gotten its independence, and it is the Noakhali riot. This Noakhali riot, which actually took place in Bengal, was a semi-organized riot including mass rape, abduction, and kidnapping of Hindus and forced converting Hindus into Islam. And this happened on the day of Lakshmi Puja, which is a very, very famous puja that Hindus celebrate. This happened on that day where all the Hindus witnessed one of the worst nightmares they had ever gone through. And that was rape, abduction, and mass conversion and forced mass conversion of Hindus to Muslims. And this was instilled on that day, and it took place in West Bengal, 10th October 1946. That is one of the examples I would give regarding the modern Hindu persecution. mass media cult. Saffron color is a pious color for Hindus, and they wear clothes of this color during religious activities. But they are also mocked as Bhagwa or saffron terrorists. Hindu groups are trolled as Hindus vigilantes, Hindu terrorists, etc. Hindus are also abused as Manuvadi or Brahmanvadi. Not only this, but Hindus' gurus are also always defamed and abused in a very vulgar manner. If if you take a list of past gurus who all aspired to build the Hinduism in a greater scale, to give us Hindus the knowledge of what real Hinduism is. All these gurus who aspired to impart that knowledge to us was always blocked and caged. Like Swamiji says in recently he told in Satsang that all the gurus have been defamed and blocked and caged, and they're not, their hands are basically tied. They just cannot do what they are here for. They just cannot carry on their mission. That is why if you see, each and every guru has a past of something which is always eye-catching to all the audience, like rape or kidnap or this happen or that happen, something which will actually turn people against that particular guru. And all these gurus who just knew could not further their mission in India, they had flown out of India to start their mission or recreate the mission there. They still did not, their motivation did not die there. But even after going out of India, the persecution and the continuous attacks kept happening. Swamiji being the live example currently, you all can understand how each and every guru who's aspiring to give us and build that authentic Hindu platform for each and every one of us are brutally suppressed and caged. And I would like to engage all the panelists right here. What all do you think about this? What have you experienced, and what are your views on how the Hindu gurus are always suppressed and blocked and caged when it comes to the field of Hinduism?
Before we actually extend it to all the panelists, understand, even in the Guru Gita it says, if Shiva is angry with you, the Guru can save you. But if the Guru is angry with you, then nobody can save you. And yet, it is the Gurus that are being zeroed in and brutally attacked. And now, we actually want to extend this to all the other panelists too. What are your views on what is happening? Being live witnesses and victims of this persecution, we want all of you also to step in and join us in this discussion.
See, it is very important, as Jayesha and Vijayesha has presented. Nowadays, everybody says, everybody asks, why, if Guru is not there, why can't we lead our life? Do we need to get guided by Guru only? Yes. By Guru only we have to get guided, because it is a parampara with which we were guided. The Paramashiva Jnana has been given through the Guru Parampara. So as she was projecting in one of the slides, where if you see, nowadays only the Hindu gurus who are actively doing and contributing. Each and every guru has been filed a charge, means cases about them. Whether you may take like Ramdev Babaji, Acharya Balakrishna, Sadguru, even Nirmal Baba, Radhe Ma, Sadhvi Prajna, whomsoever you take, even our own, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has been brutally got attacked by the character and on the person, on everybody. See, this is a very planned conspiracy. Once, if the Guru has been filed with the cases, then their whole lifetime will be spent only on protecting themselves. So they will not be able to contribute what they have come for, what they have started, the movement of bringing the Hinduism to the common man and make it as a lifestyle. So this is the way where every Hindu guru was being attacked. Even if we see Ram Rahim Baba were still in the prison and struggling to prove that they are innocent. And actually, if we are going in this same way, we will not have a place to live. We will not have a guru to teach us. That is where there are lots of gurus still exist in this common human where the groups of people are still there, where they are the only one who are protecting the whole Hindu knowledge, but they're afraid to come out in the public and spread the knowledge among all the Hindu practicing Hindus, because we don't even know how they will be get treated, and we will not be knowing that what are all the cases they'll be charged with. So people who are out there watching this live, whether it may be through Facebook or YouTube or any other social media platform, please tune in and share this pre-satsang to as many people as possible. Let all of you also become a part of this Jivarda Sadas. If you really wonder how you can take part in this Jivarda Sadas, you can comment below in the Facebook Live HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam page. We will be reading out your comments and make you as a part of this Jivada Sadas. This is the very important major topic which all of our Hindus, the whole humanity has to be aware of, what is really actually happening to the whole humanity. If we are still being a warrior in the war field, yet if we are sleeping, our lives will not be spared. So please, everybody, participate in this Jivada Sadas, and your vote is really a matter. So the link is being shown on the screen. Please click on the link and go to the link and vote. All the major important topics of the Hindus are there in that voting. Please do vote. All our votes are important. Hindu votes are sacred. And you can even put the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and you can comment on Twitter and comment on Facebook also to be a part of this Jivarda Sadas, which is most important. This is the need of the hour where all the Hindus has to come together and know the knowledge, know the information, what are all we have gone through, and enough is enough. This is the time we have to stand up. And if we stand up, the next generation will have a place even to breathe. So understand, if not today, it is never. So we all have to come together. We all have to prove ourselves. We all have to voice out. We all have to fight for our rights. So Hindus, your votes, each and every person of your vote is really, really, really matter for the next generation. You might think, oh, I have voted long, a lot of things. What am I to do with this vote? No, this is a very important vote. Every Hindu has a voice, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has brought a platform for all of our Hindus to raise our voice and show that we have life, and if we have a place, an ecosystem to follow our lifestyle, we will be the only contributors of the whole world. So Hindus were already proved themselves that they are the one who are going to contribute more to the whole humanity. And if we have those ecosystems back, if we have a place to practice the Hinduism, if we were allowed to live our own life, we will never grab, we will never do any harm to anybody. We are only here to contribute to the whole humanity. So this is a high time where all of us has to come together and raise our voice. Each and every one of our vote is really matter. So we'll be discussing more about what are all the ways we have been attacked, what are all the ways we have been um, we were been we got destroyed in our history, and why each and every Hindu has become a reluctant warrior in the war field. This is not the time where we will be sleeping in the war field. So this is the need where all of our Hindus has to voice out, and why Kailasa has happened. This is why the Kailasa is standing tall, to give a platform for all our Hindus just to express their feelings that we are the only contributors of the whole humanity. So please be part of this whole Jivarda Sadas, and we will be reading your comments and making you also the part of this Jivarda Sadas.
And here I would like to share my own experience. I've been with Swamiji and Sangha, have been initiated and be part of so many inner awakening programs, and so many Sadashivoham participation. A lot of programs have been part of it. And I have been also part of this religious persecution, illegal imprisonment, and all the cases that is put on Swamiji illegally. And in spite of all that, see, in our Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Veda Agamic lifestyle, the most sacred is the Guru Shishya Parampara. We believe that transmission of knowledge, it doesn't happen only by audio visual means. It's not the only means. That's a very poor means of transmitting the vast knowledge, the rich knowledge that we cannot even learn. Our one lifetime and many lifetimes is too small to learn. The best way of knowledge transmission that happens by conscious transmission, by initiation, can happen only when we are with an enlightened master, with an avatar. And we are also blessed to be part of Swamiji's initiation and all the powerful life transforming programs. He has been continuously initiating people. It's literally like warfield. In the warfield, he is giving us knowledge, experience, and transforming our lives. In one of the inner awakenings, I remember in 2010, December, it was just a few weeks after Swamiji came out of the illegal imprisonment of 53 days. Even in the prison, he was only downloading the Nitya Kriyas for giving us health for the whole humanity, different disorders and diseases. He was downloading the Nitya Kriyas, and as soon as he came out of the illegal imprisonment, he just shared that with us. I was part of the first inner awakening that happened after he came back and started the spiritual initiations and sessions. In spite of all that, we being part of the program of the life transforming 21 days inner awakening, we did not have any problem, or we were not even made to understand what is going on. There used to be little bit breaks, that's it. But later we understood. Swamiji was not allowed to speak in public. He was not allowed to share the knowledge. And through initiation, just being in Upanishad, being in this breathing space of the avatar, what happens, even we cannot totally scientifically evaluate. A part of it only we have been able to share it as a scientific information or as a scientific truth. So many subtle transformations happen in terms of physical health, mental health, emotional health, and the conscious awakening that happens, how the life of a human being transforms for that person to realize the ultimate potential. You are divine, you are a possibility. It is not a small giving, it's not a small contribution in the life of a human being who has forgotten the purpose for which we have landed on the planet Earth. Such transformation can happen just by sitting in the presence of Swamiji, who is an avatar of Paramashiva and Parashakti. I have experienced it myself. And how many persecutions, how many cases, how many times we have been attacked. We, being part of this whole Adinam, Vidhi Adinam, we know that in and out of it. That is the amount of abusal and attacks that's going on this sacred Guru Shishya Parampara and the Gurus. So people have lost the vision, the most sacred, powerful vision, why we need to have a Guru in our lives. We cannot imbibe the whole scriptures by reading them. What do we understand by reading? How can we apply it in our life? It's like traveling in a deep forest without any light. It is like a child, a baby, tries to feel the ocean. How can the ocean be felt by a child? We get horrified. The child will not even go to the water. It is Guru who picks up the child, tells, "Come, my child, I will take you," and takes the child and makes the child feel the water first, and then lovingly takes through the journey of this ocean so beautifully. That is our sacred Guru Shishya Parampara, which is happening through initiation, which we cannot get it in a library or in a book. I'm not saying books are not good. They are one means, one way of learning. The audio-visual means is one of the means. That's it. But there are more powerful ways where the knowledge transmission used to happen in our Gurukul just by sitting at the feet of the master without any effort, enjoying the beautiful ecosystem, the beautiful lifestyle, where the child doesn't have diversions and doesn't get diluted from the focus for what for the child is there, which can happen very easily in this outside world, which is full of so much of distractions and also the dilution. Even in the 21 days program, it is so intense that we spend 21 days and we get life transforming experiences. Our whole life transforms and we get so much of physical healing, mental healing, which we many times we forget that how much we have got through these inner awakenings. That is the depth of the power of initiation, which Swamiji has been sharing with the whole world, despite the continuous religious persecution that is happening on our Swamiji and the Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. So many temples, so many centers have become the centers of, and they have been transformed as beautiful ecosystem, which is enriching the humanity continuously in the form of Annadan, in the form of sharing the knowledge, spiritual healing, Nitya Kriyas, counseling. So much happens. That is the reason why we need to revive this beautiful ecosystem, which Swamiji is working 24/7 and sharing with all of us so beautifully through these centers, temples, and the Adinams, the Gurukuls, Annalayas, Gnanalayas, the Goshalas happening all over the world. This is a very important aspect that I wanted to share with all the viewers and all of us, that despite the attack, how much contributing Sanatana Dharma has been, and how our master Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam has been contributing continuously. And let us share this with the whole world, enrich and help the people to come out of depression, come out of conflict, stress, and the shallow life that we are leading otherwise. Let us share it with everyone.
Yes, completely agreed, Ma. If everybody had that kind of an enthusiasm and that kind of cognition and that clicked with them, and then we can keep furthering with this, we'll actually see real Hinduism in the light. Kailasa Kavita Tyagaraja has commented saying that the anti-Hindus stole all the wealth from India and made the Hindus poor. And in the name of charity, they just threw the bread for the poor people and worst entertainments to the middle class people through media and bribed the leaders, politicians, and influential people to suppress control and destroy Hindu gurus and Gurukul and whole Hinduism. So now Lord Shiva came down as our guru and started reviving Hinduism. It is correctly to the point, Ma Kavita Tyagaraja. You have told it correctly. Yes. This at this time where the whole humanity has hit the rock bottom, a beautiful incarnation of Paramashiva has happened. He is here to lead us to that right path. And for so long, the persecution has been happening. Such unfair treatment has been given to Hinduism and Hindus, and it's been happening right in front of our noses. But yet, none of us has taken that responsibility to put a stop to it. Only when Swamiji kept continuously talking about it again and again in the satsangs, talking about the Palga incident where those innocent sadhus were killed, and the next day blatantly media said that the sadhus were trying to steal something and the mob had all the rights to kill those sadhus. And then that was changed to a false news and the real news came out where the sadhus were innocent. All these news is only brainwashing us not to take any stance. It's brainwashing us into not caring about Hinduism at all.
Imagine this one news is something that we got to know. The truth came out. Just think about the other number of cases, the other news where this has not been the case. Where the truth has been hidden in the false narratives, what we have believed, what we think really is. The number of unreported deaths, the number of unreported attacks on Hindus, attacks on sadhus, just not in India but around the world. Hindus are a minority in every other country. In India, also we are a minority, but we don't realize it. We really don't. It's not we don't realize it, we just don't care. We have come to that point, and that is exactly what Swamiji is working towards, to educate us that it's not the right attitude that we are holding for ourselves and others and Hinduism in as a whole. We need to start taking responsibility, and he keeps saying that if we don't start now, then we will not have an opportunity in the future. We cannot afford to lose time. We cannot afford to lose time. He said it repeatedly, and right now, if we want to see a religion of Hinduism being alive, this is the right time for us to act, to spread the word that the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, is being made. Invite people to become e-Kailasians, become e-citizens of Kailasa, so they get to experience that authentic experience of what Hinduism is and that lifestyle with the Guru. I mean, all the disciples and devotees of the Supreme Portal of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Satsang, you all have experienced that life with Swamiji when he was physically present in India. And it's high time that we share and enrich people. So all of them who have been lost, who are all in that pathway that we all had been once upon a time, and that has been completely changed after we have met Swamiji. We should take it as an initiative and motivation, and our goal to enrich and enrich to other Hindus who are living a lost life at the moment. It is our sole responsibility, our sole purpose to enrich and enrich other Hindus to become e-citizens and e-Kailasians of the only Hindu nation in today's world, Kailasa. So they get to experience what authentic Hinduism is. That way, people understand what Hinduism is and what has been done to Hinduism. It's almost like people have been put blinds on their eyes that they just can't seem to cognize what is happening to us is completely biased and unfair. Only when Swamiji keeps telling us in satsangs every day that this is happening, only then we come to bring ourselves that, oh God, this is so unfair. So it's our responsibility to reach out to people and make them understand. So they also stand up, because just a handful of people will not be successful in making it happen. Understand, the lifestyle that we lived once upon a time was strategically killed and murdered for so many years. Thousands of years the persecution has been happening on Hinduism, where they have successfully dismantled Hinduism, and Hinduism is completely scattered in today's world. And for that kind of a destruction to happen, they have been working for thousands of years. And for us to put it together back, we need a lot of people and we need a lot of hands to make it happen. I just want to give a small, an update to all of you on what is happening to Hindus around the world. Take Pakistan, for example. Till today, it makes headlines for young underage Hindu girls to be kidnapped and forcefully married off and converted into another religion. Till today, it continues to circulate on the news channel. If you don't believe me, you have, by all means, please go ahead and type it on Google. Do a small research on this, and you will find the number of cases that are coming. In fact, it says a statistic shows that 20 to 25 underage Hindu girls every month are being forcefully kidnapped and forcefully converted via marriage. Underage girls, keep that in mind. This is what is just happening in one country. Back in those times, we had 56 nations for Hinduism, which practiced Hinduism. Today, in today's world, we don't even have one, except Kailasa. Understand, it is only up to you to protect these people who are being denied the right to live their life, their religion authentically. But people are scared to say so because they do not have a country where they can be themselves, preach what they want, live the life they want. If they call themselves Hindus, they're only living in fear, turning back and looking over the shoulder every time they walk. The parents are scared that the children may not come back if they go out of the house, that young girls are the ones that are being deprived of the life they should be living. All because they call themselves Hindus. Understand, we have come to that point. We are the only people who are the voice for all the people. And keep in mind that these are the cases that are reported. The underprivileged even lose that right of reporting because they are not educated to that point where they should report all of this. They just let it happen, thinking that is how it is, that is their fate, their destiny. But that is not true, because we are the ones that are deciding it to happen. We are the ones that are being quiet and letting these girls whose voices are going unheard of. It is only you to be the voice for these voiceless people, voiceless girls out there suffering. Many people who are getting married into different religions are being abused, tormented, tortured to convert their religion into that. Understand, Hindus around the world are suffering. And those who are listening to this video, you have the power to change it. If this is something you are listening to, you're being chosen to make that change. Understand that today, all of you are being presented with a golden opportunity to make that decision. Kailasa has taken the initiative, the responsibility to open up the votes for all practicing Hindus, because in the end of the day, it is Hindus who decide what an Hindu should do or not. It cannot be anybody else who makes that decision. So that is why we request all of you to go down to that link. Make your vote on all the different topics that Kailasa is opening their vote for. Understand, your voice can be heard because your voice matters. Your vote matters. Your vote has the power to change every individual's life. And that is why we urge all of you, if you have made your vote, go ahead, share the link with your friends, your family, explain why this is a necessity.
Yes, so we'll give all the viewers a little time. Go make that vote that is going to be changing Hinduism's future forever. And we'll give you a few minutes for that.
So that's a very informative information which Jayesh and Vijesha had shared. So we have another viewer on the panel on the Facebook messaging, why are people wasting time on criticism? Look, Aya, Ganesh Kocharekar. So look, Aya, this is a high time. We are not criticizing anybody here. We are just presenting the facts over here. So if you just see the panelists on the today's topic itself, They are hardly Jayesha, Vijesha, they are not even touched 20. And Ma Nithya Sadashiva Priya, she had lived her till 2015. She lived in US and came to India just to take sannyas and stand for this Hindu lifestyle. And Dr. Ma Shanti, she is the senior doctor and a very well-known doctor in Bangalore, and her whole life is serving others. So if you think we are wasting time on coming to the panel, it is really a blunder. And I myself is a software engineer, and I left my education, I left my career and came here to be with Swamiji and to take sannyas and serve the whole society as per the Hinduism, as Swamiji has reviving the authentic Hindu culture we want to live, because our senior generation did not live the Hindu values and they were being beaten up, and just to live for the Hindu lifestyle they were being beaten up, they were being attacked so much, so they never got to live the Hindu lifestyle. Because of that we have lost the core of our life. Literally this generation is completely in depression. And one another message was, do sadhana, man, let whatever other people want to do. Yes, if we let the people, present generation, live on their own, they'll be living in depression if they don't have the solution for what they're actually going through. Hinduism has each and every solution for everything. That is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, has putting his whole blood and sweat, literally his life on stake, and reviving the whole Hinduism just to have a bright future for our next generation. For your kind information, in the next generation you too have will be living happily if this Hinduism gets revived back. Sorry, my tone might be hard, but I tell you, if we don't revive the Hinduism, if we don't stand for Hinduism, if Hindus are not given the safety, if the Hindus were not given the place to live and practice the Hinduism, we will not have the future. And I really wanted to reiterate again, as per wiki statistics, if we are going the way we are going, in next 20 years, the Hindus will not be there at all. The 82% of the whole world will be converted as Muslim. So your name shows very much Hindu. If we don't open our mouth and if we don't show up that we need a place to live, if we don't show that we have to have a place for us to live, the next generation will not have life. Do not take it easy, because even if a Hindu walk on a road, they will be beaten to the death. I am not joking, because my senior sannyasis, my senior monks have been beaten to death. Just they were going for an occasion of his guru in the Palgar incident. So do not take it light. Already all our Hindus who are majorly contributing to the Hinduism in the India do not have a place to stand. Literally, they were literally imprisoned illegally. Whether you may consider Ramdev Baba or any other social, spiritual activist you take, they were abused, they were illegally got arrested. Still, they are fighting for every day of them. So we are not criticizing here. If we don't bring up, if we don't be as a warrior in the war field, if we don't fight for our rights, we will not have future. Do not take it light. It is no more a joke at all. Hindus has to stand up. Hindus have to fight for their rights. Hindus have to have their own place to practice and bring the whole Hinduism back to the life and make it as a lifestyle itself. Yes, Majesh, you wanted to share something.
Actually, Dr. Shanti wanted to
Yes.
share a point.
Yes.
Go ahead. Ma.
I would like to share my personal experience here. I am from a traditional Orthodox Brahmin family, a Vaishnavite, and my grandparents lived in a village, a temple village. The lifestyle is a temple-based lifestyle, and how much I imbibe. We all understand that the children imbibe what we live and not what we speak. How much it has got diluted from what my grandparents and parents lived to my generation. I know I'm 58 now. So I'm very particular. The strength that I had living around my grandparents in a village, highly focused and very authentic Vedic lifestyle my grandfather lived with the scriptures, always reading the scriptures. He did not even have an electricity luxury, but he was never a reluctant warrior. Such integrated, authentic, responsible person. He dedicated his entire life to Lord Srinivasa, serving him. Highly knowledgeable, with a meager salary of rupees 30, he lived like a king with his inner richness. Never complained and so fulfilled, such rich inner strength and inner space he was carrying. He has transmitted all that rich lifestyle to all of us. I'm so proud. Yesterday I attended a Ramayana Parayana going on, a place where my brother goes. He's a yoga person. All five of us have imbibed so much. Even today, we run to the temple to be associated, participate actively in all the utsavams and all the happenings. And anything, Srinivasa is our personal family member. How did we get that strength? If my grandfather and my grandmother was not living that lifestyle, and if my uncles were not living that lifestyle, even today, the third generation is serving the Lord with his grace. How do we get it? It's just some word or some recitation, not like that. Every challenge that they faced in life, he would go and talk to Lord himself personally. That is how even my maternal uncle lives today. He was with us for the past 10 days. I've seen him in very close quarters, how he lived as a child and as a grown-up adult, a mature adult now. How did that strength come? So I know the value of living the authentic Veda Agamic Hindu Sanatana Dharma lifestyle. And it is not that we enjoy and we leave the planet for our next generation as orphans and not giving that strength that we got, the richness that we have, the joy that we enjoyed throughout our lifestyle, going through all the ups and downs, not getting affected, participating in life. How are we going to share it with our next generation? One, we have to live it. And then we have to share it with all the next generation. How it will become possible? Only when it is made available to everyone. The authentic knowledge, the authentic lifestyle has to be shared. That is why the need, having everything, enjoying everything and not sharing is almost like Brahmahatya dosha. It's like losing my life, losing my soul and not sharing with it, with everyone. That is the reason why we have to share it with the next generation. To keep it alive, we have to stand up. We have to work for it. We have to share our talent, treasure and time to make it available, to revive it, to be available for the next generation. Otherwise, how will they even know? It is here that we have a responsibility to protect it, live it, protect it, share it, and make it available for the next generation to come. The way it is, we are losing the lifestyle, the valuable the invaluable Sanatana Hindu Dharma Veda Agamic lifestyle, we cannot afford to lose and put our children in depression, addiction, and suicidal tendencies, and all the challenges that the teenage pregnancies we are seeing, and the hyper mature, both physical and mental status that they are experiencing through the hormone changes due to audio visual, the media that is available. We can use it for the best and also for the worst purpose. It's in our hands. How are we going to make that kind of children? How are we going to give that ambience to the next generation? It is our responsibility. So we have to stand up and we have to support this noble cause, the highest that we can share, creating the right ecosystem where this knowledge is freely available, easily available. This rich lifestyle is made available to each and everyone on planet Earth. No soul should go. The amount of stress a child goes through during examination, that was one of the prayers I always had to the Almighty, to the Divine. Please let these kids not suffer the stress. This generation should be the last generation. I saw my children going through during the public examinations. Now they're successful. That's one aspect. But it doesn't stop there. The next generation should not suffer. This was my very sincere prayer when my elder daughter took up her 10th and 11th, 12th exams. Unnecessary stress. How we all, it was a different frequency, how we lived and how we enjoyed our childhood. Present day children, they don't enjoy. An LKG child has a stress of exam, a UKG child. I see mothers coming and telling me, she's pregnant with the second child. She's so stressed. When I ask her, no, my child has exams. So which class he's studying? I'm not saying UKG, LKG is low. There is no need to make them go through that stress at that tender age. Putting them exam fear and exam stress when the child is 4 or 5 years. How will they participate in life? How will they enjoy life? By the time they come to 9th or 10th, they would have completely lost interest in studies. That is not what for we are here. We are here to give them the idea, the understanding that life is too vast, too beautiful. Yes, studies are definitely important, but that is not everything. I have so many mothers coming. Recently, I had a mother. She's a staff nurse. She had 2 deliveries with me. She was crying the moment she entered my room last week. I just allowed her to let out her emotion and I just listened patiently. She lost her 8th standard child. Both of them are working. Both of them are in the medical field, in the paramedical services. One fine day for that mother, even today, doesn't know why the child committed suicide. An 8th standard kid committed, her elder daughter committed suicide. She's still not able to come. It is 2 years now. What responsibility are we taking for such happenings in the society? Are we not responsible? It is not just because it's not my child. Am I going to keep quiet? No. We have to stand up. Each one of us have to feel. It may be some child, but she's a mother. She's a child. The same feelings that we have, even she has. We have to take up and we have to take on ourselves. Not to allow such things to happen. How many such stories we hear these days? What life an 8th standard child has seen to commit suicide? A 10th standard child to commit suicide? How many such happenings in and around us? Why are we keeping quiet? Why are we not opening our inner eyes and trying to see how can we help these kids in such tender age? Why do they go to such extreme step of, is that life not? What is it that they didn't see beautiful in life that they decided to end life? The whole day I was contemplating, how can we prevent this? How can we bring back that glorious, beautiful Gurukul education to our kids where they celebrate their life, they explore their possibility, enjoy, learn, share, enrich, and be a contributing being to self and to the whole world. That is what Kailasa is doing. And that's what Swamiji is doing. And we have to be part of it. We are so blessed. We have a platform to authentically share what are our real problems and how Sanatana Hindu Dharma has a solution for all these day-to-day problems. Be it a school dropout, be it is a drug addiction, or teenage pregnancy or depression, whatever it is, we have a solution and we need to access it, and it is available. Swamiji has made it available to all of us, and it is our responsibility and the first priority to share it with everyone, so that no more child, no more parent has this kind of suffering. This is one of the examples I'm sharing. There are much more. All of it we may not be able to share, but we know it is happening. All of us know it's happening. Only thing is you don't know how to come out of it, how to provide solution. And here we have a ready reckoner, a ready-made answer, a ready-made solution, practical and applicable, and we can practice it. So let us do that now.
Yes, Ma. Actually, it's really beautiful, really extremely powerful points that you're bringing up, and especially sharing from your own experience. If we even tell heart to heart, each and every one of us, we'll understand, we'll know. We each and every one of us have stories, have experiences like the one you're sharing. We each know at least one person from our past, from even from my young age. One of my classmates having committed suicide for what life have they seen, what have they what have they uh understood about life, and us as the Hindus all over the world, 2 billion of us who can come together, first of all, who have inherited the best from our past, our civilization and our scriptures, the instructions from Paramashiva, and the Guru Parampara, which has brought down that best scriptures, that best lifestyle and civilization until today. And what we have inherited from them is literally the best which we can inherit from our past. We are literally gifted as a civilization, as the 2 billion Hindus on planet Earth. And thus, having been gifted, we have the responsibility to share and uplift humanity, to go beyond what we are experiencing in current days, what we are going through, and how humanity literally is suffering in so many ways that they can go beyond, they can experience beyond, they can transcend and start living a higher way of life, a new way of life, which is something which we cannot even understand, cognize at the moment. That's why Paramashiva himself has come down onto planet Earth, and that's why Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is literally reviving the Hindu nation. For the last thousands of years, Swamiji has the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been continuously working towards and contributing to humanity through the Guru Parampara lineage, through so many different traditions. We have brought that same science down, and continuously we have fought for protecting this science. What Swamiji has done, what Swamiji has brought now, is taking the issues of Hinduism, the science of Hinduism, the contributions of Hinduism to the global level, to the global audience. The issues of Hinduism means where Hindus are suffering, the genocide which is going on continuously, the Hindu temples which are being looted, and so forth, so on, so forth. That needs to be brought to a global audience. And as well, the solutions that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, the solutions for depression, the solutions for healthcare issues, the solutions for so many different things, and even the food industry, all of these things, the solutions that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, that also needs to come to a global audience. What Swamiji is doing through Kailasa, which is absolutely needed right now, is bringing Hinduism to a global scale. And let us be very frank, each and every Hindu on planet Earth, let us be very frank with ourselves. Other than His Divine Holiness, other than Swamiji himself, there has not been any guru who has done it to the scale, the massive scale that he has done, with the authenticity which he has done so far. Swamiji himself has brought the Hindu Holocaust as as a concept and as something which has happened against Hinduism, something which as a systematic executed plan against Hinduism, that itself he has brought it to the global audience and brought in attention of the global audience who care and who are authoritative in global human rights. We need to have this kind of voice for Hinduism. In fact, Swamiji himself, just this year, as we have spoken about, when the Palghar incident, the murders happened in Palghar against the two sadhus and our brothers sannyasis, Swamiji himself had dedicated one whole week in order to explain, continuously bring to the global audience and voice out on behalf of Hindus as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the need for Kailasa and the need to tell the story, tell the saga of persecution, which is the Hindu Holocaust, to the whole world. So I'd like to right now show a brief video from that time, from that week series which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted and gave the public address for the whole world in order to bring to the limelight, bring to the global audience the Hindu Holocaust which is happening and why Kailasa is needed. So we can watch that video for a few minutes and watch the Swamiji himself speak on the need of the hour, which is Kailasa.
To build a large Kailasa ecosystem outside India with the protection, legal protection. That's the only hope we have. Already, Kailasa has signed a treaty with many nations. One nation has even given us a land with autonomous status. We can have our own internal administration, including law and order and judiciary. We are going to do it as per Hinduism, with a Hindu constitution. This is the only hope we have for the future of humanity. By keeping the Hinduism alive and Hindu principles alive, let's keep the humanity alive, at least outside India. That's the only hope we have. I will continue to do Tyaga, and anyone wants to take Apat Sannyas to protect Hinduism, Hindu scriptures, practice and promote Hinduism, you are welcome by the grace of Paramashiva, with the protection of Mahakala Bhairava. Already I have got safe haven, safe place for Hindus to gather, live and practice, promote Hinduism and keep it alive and share it with the whole world. Already we have got a property with autonomous status, with all the legal protection and freedom. Whoever wants to apply to live a safe life, serving Hinduism, protecting Hinduism, preserving Hinduism, preaching Hinduism, non-violence, life positive principles, and keep the humanity alive. Please apply. Fill the form at nithyanandahinduuniversity.org/daily satsang. I have a safe place for you guys outside India, where you will not be mob lynched. You can live peaceful Hindu monk life. Live and study Hindu scriptures, practice Hinduism, share Hinduism with the whole world, keep it alive for the next generation. If Hindus are thinking Hinduism is going to be treated fairly, or Hinduism is going to be kept alive in India, you are fool. You are brainwashed. Neither Hindu sadhus nor Hindu leaders are going to be treated fairly in India. Wake up to this truth. Even for telling this, I would have been arrested if I was available to Indian police. I am not saying the international mafia, anti-Hindu terrorists who are trying to kill me cannot reach where I am. But I can be very sure of one thing. If they kill me, they have to face the law. They cannot change the narrative into I was mob lynched because I was doing something illegal, immoral and all that. That changing the narrative cannot be done by them. That is the reason I kept myself away from the zone, from their area, their jurisdiction where they can change the whole narrative. Now I am in a place where they cannot change the narrative. If they kill me, they have to face the law. If they eliminate me, they have to face the law. They cannot do this changing the narrative. Oh, because of some illegal, immoral activity, antisocial activity, he got killed. You cannot do that narrative anymore with Nithyananda. Understand, I have not made Kailasa to protect me. I have made Kailasa to protect Hindus, Hindu Sannyas Sampradaya, Hindu Gurukul tradition, and Hindu principles, Hindu philosophy, Hindu lifestyle, Hindu spirituality, the only hope for humanity. How they mob lynched my Yogini Sarvanyapita in Gujarat. The Sarvanyapita I made just for girls and women. How they mob lynched and destroyed the whole Sarvanyapita. Just see. Every day this is happening in India. But media twists and gives the absolutely different story. Media and Gujarat police destroyed my Yogini Sarvanyapita in Gujarat, claiming that we are running prostitution and brothel there. Now they don't have an iota of evidence. First of all, we are not doing that. Now they don't have iota of evidence, but they already killed, destroyed the whole ecosystem, whole Sarvanyapita, the ashram, the Sarvanyapita is destroyed. They will not be able to convict my sannyasis, my sannyasinis in court. They don't have evidence, but they are successful in destroying the Sarvanyapita. That's all they want, and they finished it. If I was available, they would have given me to the mob to kill. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for me, I was not available. So they just finished it with filing a false case. I have seen enough false case. But this Gujarat police filing a false case on me is the worst false case. I never visited that Yogini Sarvanyapita even once. And for years I have not even gone to Gujarat. And I was out of human society at least for last 2 years. And they are filing a false case on me, saying that I don't know what all the sections they put. And they even filed a charge sheet. And still my sannyasinis are stuck in Gujarat without a place to live because of the bail condition that they cannot go out of Ahmedabad jurisdiction. Absolute false case.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this conversation with Sadhguru. My work as a journalist, I often find myself in some of the most troubled places on earth, and I realized
what was brought to our attention with the utmost seriousness and ferociousness which is needed at the hour after the Palgar murders that happened against the Salus is what was literally what we just saw. And not only this, it is something that we as Nithyananda Sangha, as Kailasians all over the world have ourselves experienced just through living it. Each and every sannyasi, each and every person, Sangha member has some kind of deeply sentimental and deep story about how this persecution, the Holocaust against Hindus, has affected them. For each and every one of us, the making of Kailasa and how Swamiji has made Kailasa, it is literally to protect each and every one of us and our right to practice sannyas, our right to practice the traditional Hindu votes and the traditional Hindu traditions, the rituals, the worship, and every single thing. It's extremely the need of the hour now to protect this. And Swamiji has literally created it for each and every one of us. If you are a Kailashian across the world and you have not yet voted, I sincerely request you go ahead and vote now on the issues at hand. Let us come together, make the issues of Hinduism and bring that to a global audience, unite our voice, and bring the issues of Hinduism to a global audience, tell and decide what we are going to do for our future, for Hinduism at large. I also want to right now invite Manitya Prajnananda to address one of the most important issues and the important aspects of why Swamiji is reviving Kailasa.
Nithyananda. So, I would like to share about power manifestation that Swamiji is reviving in Hinduism. So, those days, the olden days, the forgotten days, where each and every aspect of life will be based on power manifestation. Each and every action which we do are based on power manifestation. Now, you can't even believe that power manifestation, manifesting powers, what we watch only in TV shows, what we watch only what kids are shown, can be manifested in reality, in real life. There is no understanding itself that these days these powers can even be manifested, whereas Swamiji, just with one initiation, with one touch, is making various lakhs of people move coconuts in front of them, tie their eyes and scan and tell. Close the eyes and scan yourself and find what problem you're facing inside your body. Scan houses which are far away. At the same time, if you lose your stuff, instead of falling into depression, just close your eyes. Come on, where did I lose my golden bangle? Close your eyes and scan, and then find out where that bangle is. Life becomes very simple. There is no more stress. Just even how much stress each and every kid goes through to write the exams. As simple as Krishna Shila makes the whole of the problem get solved. But then, all these possibilities are not even known in this generation. The possibility of being able to scan yourself, the possibility of being able to scan others, the possibility of healing without any medication, all of these are forgotten signs. Whereas Swamiji is reviving each and every of these signs back, which makes each and every being available in Kailasa, joining Kailasa, through Kailasa. Swamiji is reviving back all the forgotten signs of our manifestation and making it natural, part of natural life these days. Each and every kid is able to manifest and without any stress is able to study. The understanding,
नाही शनी
the
शिंगणापूरमध्ये
higher
आम्ही
understanding.
आता जे राहतोय
Even if you talk
जे
to a
अनुभवतोय
5-year-old
ते
kid
आम्ही
in
सगळे
Kailasa,
एकमेकांसंग
you will see how much of an understanding that kid has. Whereas even teens don't know how to control themselves and get themselves pregnant. So living in Kailasa, you can see that how Swamiji is reviving back each and every one of us with higher understandings and with higher possibility. Even the impossibilities that each and every kid will have. Just watching the movie, they will think they're Superman, but they won't even have the possibility inside themselves for them to fly or for them to manifest, materialize, teleport themselves. They won't have that possibility. It's just an impossible want they're fantasizing about. Whereas in Kailasa, reviving back Kailasa through the Nithyananda Gurukul, Swamiji is able to make that as part of the life, making these powers as part of the life where the kid is able to close their eyes and read or close their eyes and scan the person in front of them and find their problems, not just that, even hear the problem they find. So it is so beautiful how Swamiji is reviving the signs of our manifestation through Kailasa. That is why Kailasa is very important.
Actually, Ma Pragya, thank you so much for that sharing. Being Balasins ourselves, right? It is such a great journey to be studied in Gurukul. To be able to be introduced into the science of our manifestation. Living 16 years of my life outside, I have seen children, teenagers my age, my generation, to break down to the slightest of it. Whether their dresses is not right, whether the school students don't treat them right, any of that, even the smallest incident can lead them.
My God, sorry for interrupting. There are like students out there in school just to get you, you know. They are just there to ruin your life. They have dedicated completely to ruin one's life. And I have experienced it personally, and to have, you can imagine, I don't feel bad about what I went through. Instead, I feel bad for the person, because I understand the low cognition they are holding and the level they are in by just ruining people's life. That is what entertains them. While so many other things in life can be done, like what our Swami has done, right? When he was 16 years itself, he was actually in different, he was in Ramakrishna Math, handling so many departments, 20 departments at that time. And he was just 16 years old. So many things can be done by us, but we're not able to cognize that we are capable of doing. The highest position you can get in the school is what? A school captain. More than that, you cannot just go. You can just be a school captain. But being trained as Balasins, you're able to take over and train in temple, Jnana, Yoga, Kriya, Charya. These are the depth knowledge that we're getting. And mere 12-year-olds and 10-year-olds are able to manifest and be able to recite Upanishads and tell you the meaning and set context behind why they know the Upanishad. That is the level we Balasins are being trained by His Divine Holiness.
And I think it is not only this, right? We have seen so many of this happen. Being in Gurukul, we see children. If we have a problem, we go to kids younger than us who just can and say, hey, this is the problem. You just gotta do this. And that is all. We have adults who come to us who do not know how to handle life. Understand, Paramashiva has initiated all of us to realize our highest potential. It is this deep devotion that is required for us to realize that we ourselves are Paramashiva. In fact, it's a law in Kailasa to not only look at yourself but even others as Paramashiva. Right? This is a beautiful civilization Swamiji is reviving. But what we didn't realize is that there was a civilization like that. Just with devotion, they were able to manifest what they want. Just with devotion, they were able to reduce the number of crime. There was no violence. There was no crime. There was none of what is there in today's world. In fact, civilizations like that, small groups still exist in today's world, being preserved and protected from the ways of the world. Right? We actually have a very, very, very short video for all of you to be watching to understand the first principle of the cosmos. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Ahimsa, non-violence, is the greatest way of living. Keep in mind that being in Gurukul, not only that, just taking this kavi, when you practice these 5 vows, one of them is ahimsa, non-violence. The Hindus were the most non-violent ethnic community that ever existed. They never used violence for any sort of purpose. So, we actually want to just show a small video to all of you. It's just about 2 minutes for a civilization that exists in India, actually, in a small place called Maharashtra, where this is still followed. Just by devotion to the gods, you will see how much crime rates are reducing. The trust people build with one another. So we request the video to be played now.
शनी शिंगणापूरमध्ये आम्ही आता जे राहतोय, जे अनुभवतोय, ते आम्ही सगळे एकमेकांसंग भावासारखं नातं, एकदम कोणाच्या इस्टेटीवरून वाद नाही किंवा इथं खून दरोडा होत नाही, तेही घरांना दरवाजा नाही, कडी नाही, कोंडा नाही, कुलूप नाही. एकमेकांसंग लोकांचे व्यवहार फार म्हणजे एकमेकांसंग मन जुळून सगळे राहतात.
Shani Shingnapur is a village within Maharashtra, an Indian state with one of the highest crime rates in the country. But the community of about 3,000 people in this village worship a Hindu god, Lord Shani, and they believe Shani will protect them from all harm.
मी आता वेगवेगळ्या शहरांमध्ये पण नोकरी केलेली आहे, ग्रामीण भागामध्ये पण नोकरी केलेली आहे. तर माझ्या पाहण्यात जगात किंवा भारतात, महाराष्ट्रात कुठेच तसं वैशिष्ट्य नाहीये जे वैशिष्ट्य मला इथे दिसून आलेलं आहे. गेली 400 ते 500 वर्षापासून चोरी झालेली नाहीये आणि गावकऱ्यांचा पण पूर्ण गाढा विश्वास आहे की या गावात चोरी होणार नाही आणि करत नाही. आणि तो गाढा विश्वास आजपर्यंत जपलेला आहे लोकांनी. त्यामुळे इथे गावात चोरी होत नाही. सिस्टम बंद पडणे किंवा सिस्टम चालू ठेवणे हे शेवटी लोकांवर डिपेंड करतं ना.
आम्ही कधी कधी एक महिनाभर जरी बाहेर गावाला गेलो तर खाली फक्त आमच्या दुकानला हा लाकडी फळा लावलेला राहतो. त्या लाकडी फळाच्या भरोश्यावर आणि शनी महाराजांच्या श्रद्धेवर आम्ही 10-10, 15-15 दिवस जरी बाहेर राहिलो तरी आमच्या मनात ही शंकाच येत नाही की आमच्या इथं चोरी होईल म्हणून. तुमच्या मनामध्ये जर खरोखर शनी महाराजांविषयी श्रद्धा असेल तर तुम्ही कुठेही घर बांधून त्याला दरवाजा नाही लावला तरी शनी महाराज तुमचं खरोखर रक्षण करेल. पण आज आमची उगम स्थिती सगळी शनी महाराज आहे. आज आमची श्रद्धा ती आज ती जपल्यामुळं पूर्वजांनी जपली, आज नवीन पिढी जपत आहे. नाही दोन पुढं पण ती कायम कालखंड कुठपर्यंत चालत राहील ती मी सांगू शकत नाही.
Managing your projects should feel more like this. That's why you need ClickUp. With ClickUp, when you want to assign a task, you task.
Wow. So everybody watched that video and the person beautifully said that we are still holding the same devotion that our ancestors did. But in this generation, only time can tell if this devotion can sustain or not. Understand that is the plight that we all Hindus are living in. And right now, all of us have that opportunity to change the whole tables upside down and help Hinduism and Hindus all around the world to experience what our ancestors lived and sacrificed their lives for. And it's up to us to stand up as pillars and forget about
It's 10 o'clock.
illusion that we are in and sacrifice that time that we want to help all the Hindus and Hinduism itself as a whole to make it come alive, to get it back to life. Because right now the Hinduism that you're seeing is not the true one. It's the most diluted form that anybody has ever experienced. And only after I had come to Adinam, I knew the meaning of why we do what we do, why we do Abhishekam, why we have to dress up the deities, why we have to do puja, why we use that bilva leaf. Each and every action that we do in our lives have meanings. Our great grandparents, our grandmothers and grandfathers, when they have told us stories, we would have just brushed it off as mythologies. But that is not true. It is all what they are saying is real life experiences that we are not able to believe because of a low self-image that we hold. Oh God, really divine people used to walk into our houses and give us darshans? We used to materialize whatever we wanted in life? Oh my God, we are not able to believe it. It was just a way of lifestyle we all lived at one point. Because of that heavy persecution that we all went through, we hold such low self-image of ourselves that we are not able to bring ourselves to believe that we all lived as divine beings at one point. My friend was Krishna. My friend was Rama at one point. We're not able to believe it. And that is exactly what Swamiji is doing by reviving Hinduism back, giving us that experience that we all had at one point.
It's very, very beautiful actually to be living in a civilization like that. To be completely open, not to be judging or thinking, oh my god, that person is going to steal from me. The reason as to why he's there, he's doing this, he has such motives, this vested interest, that we have become such a backstabbing, doubtful, always questioning the other person kind of civilization. Even a relationship you have with a friend only goes to a certain extent, right? But that is why we really need to revive it back. It is only up to us, really, to be able to preserve communities like this. Understand, it is just a group of 3,000 people are following this. Imagine if the entire world starts practicing Ahimsa Paramo Dharma, the first principle of the cosmos, to be radiating non-violence. We will not need to worry about walking out in the streets. We will not need to be looking over our shoulder anywhere we go. In fact, we will just be free and just enjoy life. With one thing, there is no rules that are binding these people. There are no cages that are tormenting these people to live this way. It is just one factor: deep and complete devotion. Understand, Hinduism is all about enriching each soul to realize their true potential, for them to come out of the delusion they are in. And I think the video you just witnessed before, imagine if your child wakes up and grows up in a community like that. In a community where they don't have to worry about thievery, where they don't have to worry about being robbed, where they don't have to worry about if they go outside, they will be harmed. In fact, they can just live their true life to their complete and fullest. This is what Hinduism is about. To give all of you the freedom of life to live what you want to live. And that is why we urge all of you, pick up your devices right now. Go on, share this video all over, share the link of the voting, because today you have the decision to get that back. In fact, the entire world can be living a life like that, where they can live without doors, not worrying about whether their items are going to be robbed, whether they're going to be, even right now, I think we're going to a certain extent where we're going and keeping all our wealth in vaults, locking them deep 6 foot under the ground so people do not touch them. We've gone to that extent of protecting what we think of us. But there is one group right there existing in today's world along with you, breathing the same air you are, and practicing the life of where they don't even have doors to protect their homes, where they know that devotion is all that is required for them to be protected.
The context they hold is like Shani Bhagwan will protect us. See, that itself is enough, because right now, if you see, there are people like they just cannot seem to keep their things on the table for more than 10 seconds. They're always on a constant watch on what is going to happen, who's going to take it. The cognition itself we hold, we've already decided how the other people is going to be. That kind of a judgment is what is going to be dropped as a whole, and collectively will be dropped if Hinduism comes back to life, because just the devotion factor, incorporating that in our lives, will drop all this heavy weight of burden of judgments that we hold on other people. And beautifully, Swamiji has actually taken that component out in each and every one of us by actually making us see each and everybody as Paramashiva. When you see others as Paramashiva, immediately the judgment you have on them drops. You will not think that, oh, this person is, throwing tantrum, this person doesn't listen to me, she's going to not talk to me. That kind of a judgment will drop that you have on that person, because that person is Paramashiva, right? If you are Paramashiva, that person is Paramashiva. Paramashiva is bound to listen to you. He's bound to give you all that listening, and he's going to do whatever you want. At the same time, you'll do whatever that person wants. So that kind of a lifestyle has been incorporated by Swamiji recently, and the whole ecosystem has become such a peaceful and a blissful, the whole place has become so blissful. And these kind of teachings is what we Hindus live, being the embodiment of ahimsa. And this is exactly what Swamiji wants all of us to live and contributing this as a peace spreading lifestyle for the whole world. If you see right now, the world is based on just violence, wars, abduction, and constant outbreaks of, shooting, gun shooting happening in different places. But right now, what the world needs is not just Hinduism, but peace. And that is what Hinduism can give. So all of you, Take few minutes off, pick up your devices and vote for what you think is right.
I'd also like to add here, as we are speaking about ahimsa, paramo dharma, and how this is, of course, like within our scriptures itself. One thing that Swamiji has talked about, and during the satsang, and he has emphasized this repeatedly in many different stories from his own life, different incidents that happened, different divine leelas which have unfolded in his own life, that I always like to remind myself as we are speaking about this topic especially. Many people might question the intentions or anything of making a nation. However, understand when we're when we many of us might have seen this documentary that was recently released by from Kailasa itself, called the Good God Country. And what is the fundamental basis of that, of what Swamiji is making as the brand of Kailasa, literally, or the fundamental concept behind Kailasa, that Paramashiva is the supreme divinity of the country, and Paramashiva is good, and Kailasa is the good God country. Literally having the simplest words for the most subtlest, sublime spiritual cognitions that really have existed on planet Earth. Beautifully, Swamiji has once told during one satsang in 2018, even when Swamiji has been through the worst persecutions, it seems that at one point in 2010, when Swamiji was undergoing one of the worst persecutions that had happened against him, and a at least 14,000 hours of hate speech on media being continuously spoken about, discussed, continuous death threats in the media and in other forms, and other forms of mob lynching, so many different types of attack happening. And one devotee who was personally next to Swamiji, serving Swamiji, had asked Swamiji, what is going on? How can we have faith when so much is going on against us? And even though we are doing so much of good, so much is going on against us. How can we even have faith that we are being taken over, or we will be taken care of? Sorry, there's the wrong words to choose. How can we have faith that we will be taken care of? Because always Swamiji will take that stance that Paramashiva will take care. Immediately Swamiji replied, saying, whatever it is, I will never question Paramashiva. Even no matter how much I go through, no matter how much I am myself going through, or whatever it is, I will never question Paramashiva. I will never question my guru. My guru, or whom Swamiji says, Arunagiri Yogishwara. Even just listening to that for myself, it just clicked inside of me, and just broke so much of resistance I might have towards just having faith and surrendering, and having faith that ultimately good will only happen. The good will pervade, and Paramashiva himself is good. Whatever he does is best for us. That is the fundamental concept of Kailasa, and Swamiji himself has that. He holds that for himself, thus making and thus leading the civilization to hold that for the entire country, the entire nation itself. This pure concept that whatever as Paramashiva is doing is good, and he will ultimately take care. It is such a beautiful thing. Can you understand when so much of attack is happening, literally in all fronts? You don't know whom to trust, you don't know whom to go to, you don't know how it's going to happen, and and the next moment something new is unfolding, some other attack is happening. The next moment, leave 2010 as well, even when Swamiji has had to leave country, has had to leave behind so much of what he himself has built in for Kailasa, or for the whole the in Adi Kailash, or any place where he has built. He has had to leave that, give up that, and go on further in order to build the nation for the whole world, for the whole humanity, to continue contributing to humanity. It is actually a really, if we really imbibe this and this concept, this spiritual cognition Swamiji is telling, teaching just through this, his sacrifice, understand, he is a being, and you can say he is in a human body. He is in a human body, though he is not a human. He is in a human body, and in the same vessel we are in as well. And yet he does not question, and yet even gone through so much, so many different attacks at any and all fronts, not having a clear picture of whom to trust or who not to trust. Obviously, as Paramashiva and as the embodiment of Paramashiva, he has that ultimate knowledge, but how human beings will manipulate, how human beings will strategize, obviously that is, as long as he is in the human plane, he has to play in that human in the human realm, meaning that as that as a human, as a being who has still a experiences of human body, still, if he is having gone through so much, if he is still never questioning Paramashiva and never having it, understand the basic fundamental spiritual cognitions that His Divine Holiness is reviving this whole nation based off of. It is truly off of the pure concepts, pure cognitions and understandings and lifestyle of non-violence, not even having a thought against the Guru or against life or against that Paramashiva himself. That truly is a concept that we have to understand, is what we are standing for Kailasa, and we are continuously working for the revival of Kailasa. For somebody, any one of us, if to have that much of trust and surrender, as we were speaking before, we cannot even trust our neighbors, we cannot even trust ourselves. We're not even able to have that love for ourselves, that love for our neighbors, that love for even our family members. There's so much of hatred and suffering which is pervading society, and yet there is a being who, having been through the same experiences and the most stressful experiences, the most chaotic, brutal and persecuting experiences, there is a being who has still follows the non-violent philosophy, the non-violent lifestyle completely. That ultimately is the ultimate model for our life, for each and every one of us in the end. And I for me personally, that itself is enough for me to understand why Kailasa is needed. When Swamiji has been through so much, and yet he never questions Paramashiva, and never questions Paramashiva, or never even stops to think, never stops to doubt, even when he's going through so much, then of course, and that is the ultimate non-violence that I would want to have for myself. Therefore, I'm ready to do anything to follow that being, and ready to do anything in order to revive Kailasa, the nation which he is reviving, for this very concept to be as a fundamental core concept and core cognition of the whole civilization. This is ultimately the way we have to live, the way that Paramashiva himself wanted us to live, and deep down how each and every one of us feel is ideal for life. that we can trust everything. We can trust our God, that we can trust each other, that we can trust ourselves. That amount of trust, love, gratitude, and peace in society that Swamiji is embodying literally is what he is reviving through Kailasa. I really feel that in itself is enough for anyone to say, let us revive Kailasa, let us understand why Kailasa, and let us spread this message. I once again implore all of the viewers, you can go ahead to the link below and cast your vote now in order to stand together as Hindus and become a united force, a united voice for Hindus all over the world, for Hindu issues. And let us make our decisions ourselves and decide our future. As 2 billion people across the world, if we come united, we have the power to change the very path of humanity itself. And as we are in such a dire situation as humanity itself, having gone through the worst of the worst years in the last 2000 years, just in 2020, let us Hindus take responsibility now and start taking responsibility, start doing what is needed for the revival of Kailasa, understand the very fundamental core concepts that Paramashiva has taught us in the scriptures, and see that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is literally embodying those core principles. As he says, he is not a human, he is a principle which is embodied, the core principle of Paramashiva, which is embodied, and he is living on planet Earth in order to revive Kailasa such that that principle is proliferated, is pervaded, and is lived by all of us as well. So once again, let us vote immediately and let us spread the message. If you have cast your vote already, as we are coming now almost to live satsang, almost to the time of live satsang, let's not waste any more time. Vote now. And if you have already voted, share your vote. Share your thoughts, first of all. We'd like to hear from you and you can use the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, and you can share your opinions, your thoughts, your experiences on why you feel why Kailasa is needed. Understand, if you are Hindu, if you're tuning in, and you may not know what Kailasa is, who Swamiji is, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You may not know any of these things, but you should understand at the forefront of this discussion, at the forefront of your mind, you should understand that Swamiji and the revival of Kailasa is the united force that we are finally having for Hinduism, for the 2 billion Hindus across the world. He is doing it for the good of humanity itself, and for the super conscious breakthrough of humanity itself. And Paramashiva himself has happened on planet Earth, first for Hindus and for the whole of humanity. So having this in the forefront of your mind, go ahead and go to the link provided for casting your vote now. And we'll give you a few minutes now to share your experiences, your thoughts, whatever it is, using the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. And you can go ahead and share your experiences, your comments, and your inspiration towards voting. When we together come together as Kailasa and we vote, we are using our right to vote and our right to make a nation and our right to have our voice known and be heard across the world. Swamiji is doing a extremely needed job, which is making the Hindu issues known to the global audience. Like I was saying before, whether it's or it is the it is the contributions of Hinduism and the greater sciences of Hinduism. Each of those are also what Swamiji is bringing to a global audience, and more so than any other leader at this time. Swamiji is bringing that for, and he is literally taking the responsibility of each and every one of us, 2 billion Hindus across the world. So if you have this, if you understand this, go ahead and cast your vote now. And it has now come time to prepare ourselves for the most awaited time during our day, for the darshan of Paramashiva himself and the live satsang, the public address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now we can start preparing ourselves, consciousness, mind, body towards the darshan of Paramashiva himself. So sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
with the divine, with your eyes closed, is meditation. Connecting with the divine, with your eyes open, is darshan. Let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं स्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं सद्गुरु शरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं सद्गुरु शरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं भवभयहरणं परमपावनं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मर गजाननं भवभयहरणं परमपावनं भवभयहरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननम् गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननम् नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं गणेशचरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं नित्यस्मरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं सद्गुरुशरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं सद्गुरुशरणं परमपावनं नित्यानन्दं गजाननं भवभयहरणं परमपावनं
மாரியம்மா மாரியம்மா திரிசூலியம்மா நீலியம்மா
Nithyananda. On the third day of the Purvanga Utsavam of the Sri Nithyananda Utsavam, the 43rd Avatar Dinotsavam of our beloved Swamiji, we are celebrating the Ganapati Utsavam along with Sri Chandikeshwara Swami, followed by a puja offered to our Kuladevata Mariamman. Let us offer our worship and devotion at their feet and receive their grace and blessing.
गजाननं चन्द्रसमानवर्णं स्वदन्तपाशाङ्कुशलड्डुकानि हस्तैर्दधानं कमलासनस्थं विघ्नेश्वरं नौमि सदा प्रसन्नं युग्मकररत्ननिभसंयकरटङ्कम् वामकरमोरुपरिशान्तमुखमेकम् श्वेतमयवस्त्रवितभस्मधृतदेहम् शम्भुपदध्यानमयभक्तध्वनिचण्डम् ओम गण महागणपति नमः श्री आनंद गणेशाय नमः श्री आनंद संबिकेश्वराय नमः भूषमाघ्रापजामि राज्यं त्रिवत्सु संयुक्तं वह्निना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिभिरापहम् ओम गं महागणपतये नमः ओम गं गणपतये नमः ओम हम शिवभक्तध्वनिचण्डाय नमः एकहारतिदीपं सन्दर्शयामि ओम भुवातारितायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माधुरीर्न सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुदोषधि मधुमत्पार्थिभगुं व्रजः मरुभ्योरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागं मस्तु सूर्यः मा दीर्घावो भरन्तु नः मधु 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 ओम गं गणपतये नमः ओम हम शिवभक्तध्वनिचण्डाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नीराजनम् ओम सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमाधत्ते यो राजाजन् राज्यो राजो मेन यजते देवदेवाहेनानि हवीरुं जुहवन्ति य एतारन्तो वै देवानागुं सवाः स एवास्मै भवान् प्रयच्छन्ति तदेनं सुवन्दे राज्याय देवसुराजाहोति स तत्र सूर्यो भाति नरेन्द्रतारकं देवानुचिरो भाति गुरोरभतिः तमेव भाण्डो भाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति ओम गं गणपतये नमः ओम श्री आनंद गणेशाय नमः ओम शिवभक्तध्वनिचण्डाय नमः महामङ्गलकर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि नेत्राणां दशभिष्पतैः परिवृताम् अत्युग्रचर्माम्बराम् हेमाभां महतीमिलं विजशिखाम् आमुक्तकेशान्विताम् घण्टामण्डितपादपद्मयुगलाम् नागेन्द्रकुम्भस्तनीम् इन्द्राक्षीं परिचिन्तयामि सततम् प्रत्यक्षसिद्धिप्रदाम् इन्द्राक्षीं द्विविधां देवीं पीठवस्त्राद्वयान्विताम् इन्द्राक्षीं नौमि युवती नानालङ्कारभूषिताम् प्रसन्नवदनां भोजाम् अप्सरो गणसेविताम् ॐ धूर्वधूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वचितं धूर्वजं वजं धूर्वामस्तं देवानामसि तस्तितमं पप्रितमं जुष्टतमं मण्डितमं देवहूतममहृतमसि सविर्दानं त्रिगुंहस्तमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वाचक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माधुर्म संविष्कामात्याहुगुञ्जियम् ॐ गं गणपतये नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयोऽस्मान् धूर्वदिगं धूर्वजं वजं धूर्वामः ॐ श्री महामारिदेवी पराशक्त्यै नमः धूपमाग्रापयामि ॐ उद्दीप्यस्वजातवेदोपत्मन्निरूपिं मम पशुसमक्षमावह जीवनं च ऋषोदश मानवहितं दीर्घादवेदोगामश्वम्बुरुहं जगते अभिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रियामावरिपातया ॐ श्री महामारिदेवी पराशक्त्यै नमः दीपं दर्शयामि ॐ अमृते ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा ॐ मधुवातारितायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः मातीर्णस्तन्तोषधीः मधुमत्तमुदोषधि मधुमत्तातिभगं रजः मधुक्षोरस्य नः पिता मधुमाघ्नावनस्पतिर्मधुमागुम् अस्तु सूर्यः मा दीर्घावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ॐ श्री महामारी पराशक्त्यै नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि ॐ ब्रह्ममेधवा मधुमेधवा ब्रह्ममेव मधुमेधवा ॐ बहुक्वैरत्पश्वायै बह्वजाधिकायै बहुव्रीहि यवायै बहुनाशतिलायै बहुहिरण्यायै बहुहस्तिकायै बहुदासपुरुषायै भगिमत्यै पुष्टिमत्यै बहुराजस्पोषायै राजास्तु नमो देव्यै महादेव्यै शिवायै नमः प्रणदास्पदा कर्पूरघोरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा मन्त्रं हृदयानन्दे भवं भवानी सविनन्दनामि। ओम श्री महामारी नित्यानंदेश्वर पराशक्ति नमः। सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परम शिवाय नमः। महामंगल कर्पूर नीराजनं दन्दर्शयामि रक्षान्धारयामि।
Here is Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Dichi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashiva. When since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from reading, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha. He was so much intelligent to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube and introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes opened wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start studying from Nithyananda Satsang. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. with my husband decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed social time already. Yeah, decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and really trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gokul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, Jasmine. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's best thing you can do in your life.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus, de facto Kailasians from all over the world. I welcome all the Kailasas ministers, ambassadors, diplomats, e-diplomats, e-citizens, consulate generals and supporters. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Negationism is the foundation on which delusion continues to exist. Listen to this truth. Negationism is the foundation on which delusions continue to exist. Understand this word negationism. Negating, which actually happened, factually happened, but trying to live as if it never happened, negating. Like in Europe, there are many people try to negate the Holocaust. Holocaust is factual and actual. It really happened. Jews were killed in hundreds of thousands. But people try to cover that fact, hide that fact, either fully or partially, aspects of it. This is what is negationism. Listen. In your life also, there is so many things happened which you are not able to come to terms with. Sometimes you try to negate fully. Sometimes you try to negate partially. Sometimes you try to negate the parts for which you are directly responsible, and remember only the parts for which others are responsible. This negationism is the foundation of delusion. See, when I see you, I see all your births. Not only I don't negate what you have done in this birth, I don't negate what you have done for all your births. I am factual and actual. Straight. That is why many times the solution I give is the real solution for your life. Even though your mind is not able to grasp what I am trying to tell you, please understand. I am not talking mystically, spiritually. I am talking practically. I am talking the greater science called Hinduism. Whenever you come out of negationism about your own past, you achieve complete. Purna Prajna, complete illumination, complete enlightenment. Purna Prajna happens when you come out of negationism about Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. Kailasa is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully.
அல்லல் தீர்க்க வர வேண்டும் நிலையாயே, ஆலமரத்தில் குடியிருக்கோம் நிலையாரே, ஆதரிக்க
Listen. Negationism is absolutely wrong, whether in your personal life or collectively in the social life or in the history of a nation or in the history of a civilization. Negationism is the foundation of delusion. When you start getting into your past, start completing with them, it is not that you are going to forget your past, you are going to separate the wisdom you need to learn from your past and the pain of the past, and you will absorb the wisdom in you and the pain will be burnt away. As on now, due to the heaviness of the pain, you try to negate your past and lose the wisdom also. People who lost the wisdom are not ready to learn from the past. If you don't learn from the past, history will repeat itself, and civilizations, human beings, whether collective human beings or individual human beings who are not ready to learn from the past, has no future. Your roots are in the past. Only through your roots you can strengthen yourself, and your wisdom can become source of energy and inspiration for your future. Understand? Future need to be exuberant, alive, exciting, inspiring, intense. If you want successful, exuberant future, negationism about the past should be avoided. Somebody messaged me, Swamiji, in the name of completion, I told all my past affairs to my husband. Now I am going through so much of pain and suffering, and he is also going through so much. What to do? If you decided to open up, then stay together and go through the ups and downs. That will only strengthen your relationship. End of the day, when the ups and downs settle down, you will feel, see, whatever is said and done, he or she decided to be with me. So it is time we empower each other instead of hurting each other. Understand? Hurting each other is no way going to help. Empowering each other is going to be win-win for both. I am asking you to go into the past, not to worry about the past, but build a very positive future. Negationism is a crime. If you negate your personal life's past, you are doing atmahatya, self-destruction. If you negate the past of a civilization, you are literally doing ethnocide, destroying that civilization. I tell you, Hindu civilization is heavily suffering with negationism. The amount of death caused to Hindus because they are Hindus is multiple times more than Jewish Holocaust death. Please understand. It's multiple times more than. I can give you statistics from factual history, where the Mughals, Muslim invaders, documented their victory. From their documents, I can collect and give you the details. How the Hindu worship places are destroyed, how our ancestors were killed, and how our women and children have been kidnapped, sold as a slaves, sex slaves, and how our civilization was wiped out, literally. They have a number, this many number of Brahmins should be killed, this many number of Gurukuls should be destroyed. And still Hindu civilization is sitting on negationism. Not only negationism is not illegal, and all the people who write the negative narratives are celebrated with awards and rewards and respect. Hindu civilization need to know, you need to wake up from this negationism. Only then your next generation has life. If you don't learn from the past, you don't have future. It's a law of life. The civilization which does not learn from the past has no right for future. Dropping negationism and learning from the past factually and actually is the responsibility of the Hindu civilization. Hindu civilization is trying to avoid, push it under the carpet, all the crimes done against Hindus in the past. Understand? Unless you drop negationism, learn the past actually and factually, you do not have the future. We can't afford to get destroyed. We can't afford to lose life. We have to survive, thrive, flourish, to keep the greater science of life called Hinduism to the world. Understand? The enlightenment science and the greater knowledge about everything in the cosmos is vested with Hindus. Hindus need to survive, thrive, flourish, share this knowledge with the whole world. We can't afford to collapse. Negationism is not right. Negationism is not right. Neither practice negationism in your personal life, nor try to be living in negationism when it comes to Hindu civilization. In both level, we need to come to completion by knowing the past, by drawing wisdom from the past and burning the pain of the past. Forgetfulness, negationism is not the way to burn the pain. Forgetfulness and negationism is the root cause of the past pain repeating itself in the future. Past repeats in the future when you are in negationism. When you are negating. Negationism is the source of past. Repeating itself, its pains in the future. Drop negationism. drop negationism, get into the past, whether your personal life or the civilization's history, whether your history or civilization's history. Drop negationism. Go to the fact, study it factually and actually. Completion is all about getting into your own personal history without negationism. Now, let there be Jivartha Sadas and Vakyartha Sadas on negationism in personal level and civilizational level among the Hindus. I want this to be the subject for Vakyartha Sadas and Jivartha Sadas. Negationism in the personal level and in civilizational level among the Hindus. So, இருப்பு மறுப்பு தன்மை, இருப்பை மறுத்தல். தமிழ் அதுக்கு தான் நெகேஷனிசம் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கான தமிழ் வார்த்தை இருப்பை மறுத்தல். தன் தனிப்பட்ட வாழ்க்கையிலும் மொத்த ஹிந்து நாகரீகத்தின் வரலாற்றிலும் இந்த இரண்டிலும் இருப்பை மறுக்கும் தன்மையினால் நாம் கடந்த காலத்தை பற்றி புரிந்து கொள்ளாமல் எதிர்காலத்தையும் இழந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். கடந்த காலத்தில் இருந்து நாம் கற்க வேண்டிய ஞானத்தை, அறிவை கற்றுக்கொண்டு கடந்த காலத்தின் காயங்களை, வலிகளை ஆற்றிக்கொள்வதும் மட்டுமே எதிர்காலம் முழுமையாயும் வெற்றியாயும் ஆனந்தமாயும் அமைவதற்கான வாய்ப்பு. ஹிந்து நாகரீகம் கடந்த காலத்தில் பட்ட சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம நாகரீகம் கடந்த காலத்தில் பட்ட எல்லாவற்றையும் முழுமையாக தெரிந்து கொள்வதனால் மட்டும்தான் தெளிவான எதிர்காலத்தை நம்மால் அமைக்க முடியும். கடந்த காலத்தின் இருப்பு மறுப்பினால் கடந்த காலம் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் எதிர்காலத்தில் நிகழ்வதற்குத்தான் நாம் வழிவகுத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இருப்பின் மறுப்பு பொறுப்பை துறப்பது. எதிர்காலத்திற்கான நம் பொறுப்பை துறப்பது வாழ்க்கைக்கான வழி அல்ல. எதிர்காலத்திற்கான நம் பொறுப்பை துறப்பது நேர்மையும் அல்ல, முறையும் அல்ல, திறமையும் அல்ல. இருப்பு மறுப்பை விட்டு தன் தனிப்பட்ட வாழ்க்கையிலும் மொத்த சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம நாகரீகத்தின் வாழ்க்கையிலும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மத்தின் வரலாற்றின் கடந்த காலத்திலும் இருப்பின் மறுப்பை துறந்து நடந்தவைகளை நேர்மையோடு உணர்ந்து கொள்வதன் மூலமாக நம் எதிர்காலத்தை வளமாக முழுமையாக வடிவமைத்துக் கொள்வோமாக. So with this, I bless you all. There is going to be Maheshwara Puja tomorrow morning. After sunrise, immediately after sunrise, there will be Maheshwara Puja. And then 31st December night, there will be Devi Bhava Darshan. 31st night, December, there will be Devi Bhava Darshan. You can join in kailasa.org/Devi Darshan. We decided this year onwards the Brahmotsavam is going to be 21 days, means 10 days before the birthday and 10 days after the birthday. In the Vaishnavite style, Pagalpattu, Rapattu. 10 days this side and 10 days that side. So we decided to postpone the superconscious Paramashivoham to 11th March to 31st March. And by that time we will also be ready with the nation building. Understand that all over the world I am seeing sincerely the large Sangha is involved in nation building. Hundreds of e-embassies and e-SJPs are evolving. I am having meetings every day with the different Sanghas, Kailasas all over the world. Recently we had a very beautiful meeting with Kailasa Los Angeles and Kailasa Seattle. Everywhere e-embassies, e-SJPs are evolving. Let us focus on nation building till Shivaratri. 11th March to 31st March, we will have superconscious Paramashivoham. Today is the graduation of Paramashivoham season 18. My blessings to all of you. The Paramashivoham season 18 graduates, blessings. See, the superconscious Paramashivoham program, the speciality is, till now I was teaching the science of state of Paramashiva, unclutching science, space of Paramashiva, completion science, powers of Paramashiva, oneness and power manifestation science, being of Paramashiva. Now, the next level, superconsciousness of Paramashiva, giving a superconscious breakthrough. I am working on it intensely for all of you to have physical darshan itself for superconscious Paramashivoham from March 11th to 2021 to 31st March. That's the reason I decided we will have superconscious Paramashivoham from Shivaratri, so that all of you can have a physical darshan and physically attend, not just virtually alone. If you want to attend, you can attend virtually. We are going to open that also. And I want to tell you, Corona has actually melted the whole world. The whole world's activism has drastically come down. See, pre-Corona, if we are able to make one thing happen in 1 hour. Like for example, one deity should be moved from Biddi Ashram to one branch Adinam. If it happens by 1 hour, through the workforce, transportation, everything available. Now it is taking almost 10 days. Because the workforces are not available. Workers are not working in any company. Transportation is not back as it used to be. Packers are not back. Movers are not back. Almost the whole workforce has gone to sleep. Already nothing happens in India. Now it has gone to the next level. People say no job one side. Other side, nobody comes for a job. This whole paradox, the whole system is getting disintegrated all over the world. I am seeing people are losing confidence on the life and system. Even getting food has become such a big job in many of our ashrams. It's not that we don't have money. We have money. But procuring all the groceries, getting everything, and it has become such huge, difficult. I was planning for Jayanti itself, we will have one large team settling down in Kailasa. So we can start the Paramashivoham. Now too many things are happening, too many things need to be organized. Literally building a nation. Importing, lot of things need to be imported for Kailasa. Literally new nation getting created. Too many things need to be imported, organized, arranged. So all that importing work is going on from all over the world. I wanted to assure you all one thing. I am getting the best things from all over the world for all of you to enjoy Kailasa. Whether it's a food, best Hindu herbal medicinal based food. Just by food, all your diseases will be healed. You will become healthy, beautiful, alive. Whether it is food or library, in every level, I am getting the best, world's best. The library is going to be the world's best library. Not just world's best Hindu library, world's best Hindu and best in every arrangement, the way it is arranged, organized, the whole library science. This is going to be the best library among the libraries in the world. So in every level, I am taking the whole thing to the next. So naturally it is taking a lot of time, effort, classrooms. Same way I wanted fully digitally equipped classrooms where the knowledge transmission becomes very easy and experience transmission, making you manifest powers, everything becomes most authentic, integrated, powerful way. So naturally everything needs to be organized. And Kailasa in Canada team is working hard. Sushi's team is working so hard to make everything happen. Let's all make it happen. Let's all make it happen. It's literally a large happening for the world. We are going to do the best for Hindu civilization. As I told you, we are a civilizational nation, not just territory based. We have a territory, but we are more focused on civilization, Hindu civilization, reviving the Hindu civilization. Territory is only one aspect of Kailasa, but our whole focus is on Hindu civilization. That is why I am focusing on digital nation. Digital nation is the civilizational nation. Territory is territorial nation. Territory will be one aspect of Kailasa, but the digital nation is the main focus. So, too much is happening. In the spiritual level, the superconscious breakthrough happening, and infrastructure level, getting all the best things for all of you to come and enjoy the Kailasa. Everything is happening, and so we will be having 11th March, the Superconscious Paramashivoham. It will be virtual program also, and we are working on making it physical program also, both. So, this is the intro about this program. It is going to be giving superconscious breakthrough to all of you and to the whole humanity. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailas of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नतपीठारूढ़ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ 93 गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ 33 गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनुईक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत 64 योगिनी मण्डित 64 सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ 23 गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ नित्यानंद परमशिवोऽहम्
If we want to have a successful, exuberant future, then negation from of our past should not happen. So let us internalize what Swamiji has really guiding us into. Negation from the past will not give us the successful, exuberant life. So let us all, with the internalizing of this concept, let us all conclude the segment of satsang with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Nithyanandam.